room for a briefing to discuss tonight's agenda. Now here at 5:30, we moved here to first floor chambers to conduct the council meeting in person. And because we encourage community involvement, we invite the public to join us in person or participate via remote option through Zoom or view on BCAT. First item up tonight is the mayor's report. Welcome, Mayor Wheeler.
All right. Good evening, Council President. Councilors, good to see you tonight. Before we get started tonight, I just came from giving remarks. Our Manjara Elementary School is close to, in its current state, is close to being no more. So it's a lot of history. 1968 is when it was built. So a lot of lives have been enhanced by that school. Many have gone through its doors, teachers, administrators, parents, and students, some second generation, even third, and a lot of history, but what's going in its place will be a modern school. And so designed to meet the needs of the modern student, incorporating all of the technology that our students can handle. And then some. So it's going to be just a wonderful addition along with View Ridge Elementary School. So we'll get to my slides right now. Thank you, Dave. Multi-care. So yesterday I was honored to be asked by Multi-care leadership to give the remarks for ribbon cutting. This is a culmination of years of work. I went back and did some research and found my office's first connection with them was in October of 2021 to start the process of letting them know that Bremerton is open and ready for more healthcare services. So it was a series of meetings, relationship building, tours of facilities. Last night, culminating in the ribbon cutting. And as you can see up there, June 9th, 9 a.m. in the morning is when we will have a new emergency room. And I'm going to say for the city of Bremerton. It is just outside our borders, but just like we talked about a lot about last night, that line doesn't matter to anybody. It's what we do for our citizens. That's what matters. So exciting things here. I know I heard a woohoo, whoop whoop. So it is a good thing. All right. Thanks, Dave. Next slide. Excellent community effort here. This is an example of a community who is ready to roll up their sleeves and get things done. And government's role, we have a role in this, but the final activation and the heart and soul that goes into projects, that is the community. Our role was to develop a sub-area plan. And so a redevelopment, revitalized Charleston district plan. It was to bring in partners like the EPA. This is back in the mid, 2016-17, doing this work, developing the plan in 2018-19, working with community partners. The EPA grant work identified where hazardous properties and materials might be involved. And so it was important for the future investors, for the current owners to understand the landscape, and so they could move forward with confidence in making those investments. And we've seen the fruits of that work, and now we have a community that has been activated, and they're energized, raising money for more work here. And this is just the start. And the city's involvement in this one, as you'll see, is the sidewalk, getting the wall prepped. It was required some smoothing, some sealant, an undercoat, and then applying the outer coat. And that was a color that was picked by the design team for the Charleston Business District. More to come on that. Exciting times down there. Next slide. This is the part, as you know, I'd like to talk a lot about what we do in the city that people just don't see. And this is literally underground work. So in 2020, we purchased the equipment, and you can see it in the bullets up there, the cure-in-place pipe equipment for sewer laterals. Reduced repair times from 3 to 4, using a contractor to 1 to 2 days. We do the work in-house ourselves. About 208 laterals completed, saving the utility approximately $1.7 million. So this kind of effort is an example of why we have the lowest utility rates in the region. It is ingenuity. It's making good financial decisions, business decisions on behalf of our citizens, knowing when to contract, knowing when to go in-house. And so I just wanted to share some work with you, council, and of course the public that's viewing this tonight. Great work on our Public Works Department. Next slide. All right, preservation. This is, now I always get excited when I talk about the work that's occurring. At the same time, as we all have to do, we have to be compassionate for the inconveniences our citizens are experiencing. Some live close to the project, like myself and Councilor Goodenow, right next to it. Others are a street away. Others are impacted by the commute times. But as you can see here, what is happening is we are finalizing the last hookups into a new water main. So this is vital, important infrastructure. This is what we do as a city. We provide those essential services. And so I'm announcing tonight that we have one more scheduled night operation, and it's coming soon, and there'll be some impacts. But the result will be decades of new modern infrastructure to support, again, the vital work, the vital resources that our citizens need, one of them being water. All right, next slide. And that is the end tonight. There's so much going on that it's hard to keep up, but council, is good to see you tonight. Have a good meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. Next, I'll turn to our city clerk, Ms. Angela Hoover, to read the consent agenda.
Thank you, President Younger. For approval on this consent agenda are the following items. A, claims and check register. Approval of the following checks and electronic fund transfers. 1, check numbers 411079 through 411227 and EFT numbers V43630 through V43735 in the grand total amount of $2,855,537.47. 2, regular payroll for pay period ending May 15th, 2025 in the amount of $1,153,850.21. 3, regular payroll payout for pay period ending May 15th, 2025 in the amount of $1,154.18. 4, retiree payroll and Bremerton Police Officer Guild retiree retro pay for pay period ending May 31st, 2025 in the amount of $102,913.08. 5, regular Bremerton Police Officer Guild retro pay for the pay periods January 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2024 in the amount of $574,929.37. B, minutes of meeting May 21st, 2025. C, minutes of study session May 28th, 2025. D, ordinance number 5514 to approve extension of cable television franchise agreement with Wave Division 4 LLC, Astound Broadband. E, contract award to Sound Pacific Construction LLC for the Central Bremerton Forest Main Replacement Project. F, professional services agreement with CONSOR North America, Inc. for the Eastside Treatment Plant UV Replacement Project. G, contract with Active Construction, Inc. for the Kitsap Lake Stormwater Treatment Retrofit Project. H, contract to Active Construction, Inc. for Decommission Beach Sewer of OF4 to EB2. I, professional services agreement with KC Civil LLC for Decommission Beach Sewer of OF4 through or to EB2. And J, professional services agreement with Parametrics, Inc. for the Decommission Beach Sewer of OF4 to EB2. This concludes the reading of the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hoover. If any member of the public wishes to speak on any of the consent agenda items, we only ask that you state your name for the record Please limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. I see a lot of people that I don't see on a regular basis, so I just want to remind you that this is for the consent agenda items. There'll be time later this evening, actually next, for public recognition. And then if you're commenting on the public hearings, there'll be a time for that as well. So again, this is just for the consent agenda items. With that, I now open up to the public for the consent agenda. Go ahead, sir.
I'm Jose Camacho, friend of Smith Cove, Rock the Block. It seems every time I pay attention to the council, there is a stormwater project going on. It's rather impressive. Unless you live in the Evergreen Park neighborhood, Smith Cove has an outfall called Outfall ST-17. That entire area is deteriorating. I walk around it. It looks the same as it did years ago. The banks are literally eroding. There's a GIS map that the city maintains. If you want to know if the stormwater outfall exists, you look on this map, readily available data. City workers have a tablet to keep track of what's going on in stormwaters. So I don't understand why Smith Cove is being ignored, because we literally had an ordinance that protects it. Ordinance 5229, a recreational designation, was crafted to protect parks. That designation, still in effect, says it's about recreation, open space, and ecological stewardship. It might as well not exist. DCD never mentions it. I look at the parks plan, it's never mentioned. It's like it's not there. I wonder what could have changed, if it could possibly be that Sound Rescue got in the way of someone taking care of business in the city. Because that's the only thing that has changed in all these years. Smith Cove has a restoration project that's being ignored.
Thank you, Mr. Camacho. Anyone else for public recognition? I'm sorry, for consent agenda. For consent agenda, go ahead, sir.
I'm Earl Burt from Kitsap Lake,
Yeah.
and the restoration project for the Francis Street going down to the lake, it's ongoing and they're doing a good job. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Burt. Other comments for the consent agenda? Mr. Sorensen, could you check online to see if there's anyone online that wants to comment?
There isn't at this time.
All right. There's no one, and I don't see anyone in the public. So seeing none, I'll go to the council for a motion. Councilmember Fry.
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. I call for the question.
Councilmember Chamberlain,
Yes.
Fry,
Yes.
Coughlin,
Yes.
Revelowski,
Yes.
Bicknell,
Yes.
Mochler,
Yes.
Younger.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Next, we're going to go to public recognition as indicated on the agenda. There we go. Sorry about that, folks. As indicated on the agenda, public recognition provides an opportunity for attendees to address the council on any issue not already on tonight's agenda. This is not interactive, and the council is here to listen to your concerns and questions. And a reminder that now that it is election season, please refrain from any comments on political campaigns or ballot measures. There will be no public comments accepted via Zoom tonight unless prior arrangements were made. I believe we had one person that made prior arrangements.
That is correct.
So Mr. Sorensen, if I forget, please remind me that we have one person that's should be online. If you want to make comments for public recognition via Zoom, you must make arrangements through the city clerk by calling 360-473-5323 at least 24 hours prior to the meeting. Again, we only ask that you state your name for the record, and please limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. I believe we'll have a timer up on the screen. With that, I now open up for public recognition.
Good evening. My name is Peggy Erickson, and I am the
a member of the Kitsap E-Race, which is Equity Race and Community Engagement Housing Team. First of all, we'd like to thank this council for all the work that you've done around housing. We believe that you are leaders in the county as far as the projects that you've undertaken and the support that you've given to our unhoused neighbors. We believe, we support the rights of unhoused neighbors to live free from harassment, sweeps, and intrusions. We support the use of public funds to provide housing and basic needs to unhoused neighbors, and we believe that the use of public spaces to support unhoused people is a higher priority than recreational uses. We believe unhoused people in Kitsap County have the following rights: the right to be treated with dignity and respect at all times, the right not to be criminalized. There should be no assumption of criminality associated with unhoused people, the right to a voice in decisions that impact them. Our unhoused neighbors know what support and services they need. They should be included in discussions and decisions that will impact them. The right to shelter. Providing shelters and affordable housing to unhoused people should be a top priority for all jurisdictions in Kitsap County. Unhoused people should be able to choose whether to accept housing. Kitsap needs to increase the number of safe shelter beds available. If unhoused people choose to live in tents, RVs, or other kinds of shelter, they should not be harassed. Parks and designated spaces for unhoused people should be provided so they have a place to be. The right to sanitation facilities, including restrooms, showers, and laundries. All jurisdictions in Kitsap should provide a free public sanitation facilities for the use of unhoused people. The right to keep their possessions. No jurisdiction in Kitsap has the right to confiscate or dispose of the possessions of unhoused people. The right to inhabit public spaces. Unhoused people have the right to inhabit public spaces free from harassment. And my team member, Molly,
Thank you, Ms. Erickson.
is going to follow
Thank you,
me.
Ms. Erickson. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Molly Brooks. I'm the leader of Kitsap Arrays Housing Systems team. I'm going to continue reading this list of the Unhoused Bill of Rights. The right to nutritious food. Nutritious food should be easily accessible and available to our unhoused neighbors. SNAP benefits are woefully inadequate and supplemental programs are needed. The right to services to support basic needs. Unhoused people in Kitsap should be provided with emergency provisions when needed, such as tents, protective clothing, diapers, formula, sanitary products, toiletries, socks, underwear, pet food, and other necessities. We support the use of public funds to meet the basic needs of unhoused people. The right to transportation. Unhoused people in Kitsap should be given free access to Kitsap transit systems so that they can travel to appointments and services. The right to keep their families intact. Our unhoused neighbors should be supported with services that enable them to keep their children with them. Families should be accommodated in shelters and not separated. The right to accessible, respectful, and professional healthcare services. Unhoused people in Kitsap should be able to access healthcare services for themselves and their children. This includes basic healthcare services, mental and behavioral health services, substance use disorder rehabilitation services, dental services, and prescription medications. We support the use of public funds to meet the healthcare needs of our unhoused neighbors. The right to postal services. Unhoused people in Kitsap should be provided addresses so they can easily receive mail. The right to a phone. Unhoused people should be able to receive and make phone calls and have a phone to conduct their personal business. The right to work. Unhoused people should have the right to apply for jobs and employment and be employed. The right to vote. Unhoused people should be able to declare which jurisdiction they live in and be able to register to vote. The right to keep their pets. Many of our unhoused neighbors have deep relationships with their pets. They should have the right to keep their pets with them as they access services and programs. The right to access. Accommodation should be made to ensure each unhoused individual is able to access services. This includes things like ramps, interpreters, brailles, AACs, augmented and alternative communication translations, and other needed accessibility services. The right to not be mistreated based on race, ability, religion, creed, national origin, sexual orientation, gender identity, age, mode of communication, language, device, etc., mental health and intellectual ability, neurodiversity, and any other marginalized status.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Joey Hayes. I'm also a member of the Kitsap E-Race housing systems team. So I'm going to follow up on this because we did exactly finish reading our statement. We're at this point, and I know that you know this, really in a crisis for our unhoused neighbors. We have nowhere to send people when they come to services saying, I don't have somewhere to sleep tonight. The Salvation Army can't serve everybody. You know, they don't really take families. They don't take people with serious medical problems. And a lot of people have been trespassed from there permanently. So, but in particular, families, people with health problems, they have nowhere to go. People are living in their cars. We don't have places to send them for more permanent housing. We're just really lacking resources for the amount, you know, housing costs, food costs are going up, and financial resources aren't. And, you know, it's really, it is at a crisis level at this point, that when somebody comes in to speak to people with resources and they say, I don't have somewhere to sleep tonight. And the answer is, well, I don't know that I can help because I know this program, that program all have long wait lists. And I mean, we have to do something, both for, you know, short-term shelter needs and more importantly for long-term affordable housing. You know, we have so much housing going in and it doesn't seem that more people are getting housed. And I just think that is really something that I think it's really the most important issue we have at this time, is making sure that our friends and neighbors have someplace safe to sleep at night. And I hope that we can move forward on trying to find some ways to address that problem as soon as we possibly can. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Daphne Gibbler, and I would like to address on May 14th in the study session, a member, which has made a public comment, Jeff Coughlin, and you made a comment about the RE/MAX office on 4th Street in downtown Bremerton. And I do quote, for instance, the RE/MAX office, it looks gorgeous. It doesn't encourage shopping or invite people to walk up the street and explore. Well, I'm the owner of that office. And my office contributes to the visual appeal and professionalism of the area. The real issue is when you look up that street, you see paper and plastic covered windows and neglected buildings. And most main streets have real estate offices. Bainbridge has 3, Paulsbo has 1. Gig Harbor has 2 or more, but when people come to visit towns, then they're interested in what does it cost to live in places where they're visiting? It's just pure human curiosity. I'm not only a business owner on 4th Street, but I'm also a building owner in Bremerton on 4th Street. And I assure you that the permitting department, planning department, zoning, they all play a crucial part in Quincy Square and its success and failure. You want shops, restaurants, bars, and businesses that are inviting. I can tell you firsthand that the zoning, the structural, the energy requirements are exorbitant. The costs that we can't afford. To get a variance for zoning and the structural engineering and the energy upgrades on my building alone cost $2 million. We have been trying for 2 years and spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on our building, going through the process just to get through the red tape to get shut down. In the meantime, I've been hustling and trying to get the front of our building presentable for Quincy Square. And even this is during construction. And just to clarify, my Remax office is not the building I own. So we are a huge part of the community. My office is just not a real estate office. I'm a community believer in giving back. I'm a public notary. I notarize a large portion of shipyard workers that are going underway and they need a partner or spouse. And sometimes their parents need to be part of their limited power of attorney. And I do all of that. They come over on their lunch break and I do it at no cost to them. Not only that, I host First Friday Art Walk. I currently have several art pieces in my office for artists that don't have space to showcase their work at no cost to them. We let Astound Film Festival Group use our building to hand out swag, tickets, store their items during the festival in August. So we're not a real estate office. We're a driving force and committed to the community for growth that I've lived in for
Thank you.
25 years.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Good evening. My name is Akuye Karen Vargas. I want to thank the City Council for all the work that they've done. I've had two things. I would like to address the council and our mayor here. We want to announce that we do need the support for our Juneteenth, 23rd annual Juneteenth Festival. We will kick off this Friday with our first annual Juneteenth Black Film Festival at C-Film at 7 o'clock, and then our Juneteenth community events, which are a 2-day event starting on Bainbridge on the 13th, Friday the 13th from 5 to 8. And then we will convene at our People's March at the Norm Dix building here, leading at the steps at 10 o'clock, and then convening to the Evergreen Tacoma on the 14th. And we would also like to say to the city, when it comes down to our homeless, one of the things I want to talk about is, we all are a part of the Kitsap Erase Coalition. We've been working diligently on equity and inclusion and community engagement here in our county since all of the offenses that happened back in 2018. We want to unify our community. We have to look at these issues, especially when it comes down to the health, to education, to our government, our unhoused. When we talk about creating opportunities and ways and means to be able to protect the most vulnerable in our community, in our county, we have the opportunity here to do collective unified work to make sure that we are housing. We have lost numerous of our young people because they cannot afford housing here. They become homeless when they graduate high school. We have many of them that are couch surfing and on the floors of many of our friends and families and on the streets. I know that we can do better when it comes down to housing the homeless. Let's not look at it like it's just all those and I won't say the word, but those that are devalued and not respected here. We're talking about many of our families that have lost jobs, many of our young people, those that have mental health issues. And I know that we can do a better job when it comes down to how we are providing services. And no, we don't need them to be criminalized. And then we don't need them to show up dead on our streets. we have to do a better job. And I think we can do it if we do it together. That's why we have a coalition to help us to work with our city
Okay, thank you,
government
Ms.
to do
Rodriguez.
this work.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Say, folks, I'm just asking that you help monitor the time so I don't have to interrupt you. So 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Council President and City Council. My name is Jeff Allen. I come here representing as the president of the Kitsap Community Food Co-op and representing the remainder of our board and the 2,500 member owners of downtown Bremerton's only full-service grocery store. Part of our values as a co-op is that we, and it literally is our middle name, is to be of service to the community. And that means everyone in our community. We have our flower program, which is an opportunity for low-income families to access the perpetual discounts on food at the food co-op. We are literally the only grocery store in Kitsap County that provides at the register SNAP match discount for fresh produce. We serve our community, and you know where we're located. And we're located in one of the most challenging neighborhoods within this community. We have had, but we've served that community as well. We partner with organizations that feed, that we share some of our cold products and extra food that we have that people can access. We've made our bathrooms available, but at times we've had to shut that opportunity down. I recognize that this board has allocated, or this council has allocated $10,000 towards a sanitation station here in the city of Bremerton for our homeless friends and neighbors. I know this is difficult. I know that's a hard challenge. I know that it's a complex issue to resolve, but I urge you just provide that level of dignity to our friends and neighbors in our community. And with the minute I have left, I'm going to shift gears in my professional role as well. Professionally, I am the Director of Youth Services for Olympic Educational Service District. On Monday night, we had a terribly tragic incident happen with a family that my organization, we provide services to. These are students at Bremerton High School. They were homeless. It was a homeless family, homeless working family. We know that the challenges of homelessness and housing insecurity and food insecurity robs people of hope. I urge you to prioritize. You are problem solvers in this city. We need a moonshot effort by this council in this city to address the problems and the challenges that our friends, our neighbors, and our children are facing. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Wendy Pond. I'm also a board member for the Kitsap Community Food Co-op and here to just share a little bit more. I want to thank the city of Bremerton for a product that they have called the Bremerton One app. I use it all the time and it's fantastic. The response report are immediate usually, definitely same day. So I'd like to thank you all for that product and hope that it continues. I did do a Bremerton One report, I believe it was 2 weeks ago. Okay. All right. Oh, louder. So yeah, about 2 weeks ago, I arrived at the co-op. I am there most mornings for a couple hours. And as I pulled up to the place where I park behind our building, we have a closet where we store a lot of the products we use for the farmer's market. And I went to get in the closet, and right in front of the door on the sidewalk was a pile of human feces. It was human. It had toilet paper mixed in it. It was not dog. So I didn't know what to do. I couldn't open the door. I didn't want to touch it. So I thought, oh, Bremerton One app, here we go. And I reported it. And within an hour, city workers were there to clean it up. I appreciated that hugely. The young man that cleaned it up for us did come into the store to let me know that he did this outside of his work requirement because it was technically private property. I hadn't really thought about that. The sidewalk that comes behind our store is obviously private property, whether it's the building owner responsible for it, Diamond Parking, I'm not sure. But what I will say is, to me, the fact that it was there is city responsibility. And I get it, $10,000 is not going to go very far to provide what needs to be provided. So I would like to urge the council to look at other means to mimic what other cities are doing. I know Tacoma, Spokane, and Seattle, much larger cities than us, but they all have programs where there are outside sanitary facilities for their unhoused neighbors. And I would like to ask our city to do the same. We have Quincy Square opening soon. What a tragic mess it would be to have the next pile be located there. So I hope that this is taken seriously. It was not a fun thing to encounter. I hope I don't have to encounter it again, but I also know this is the third time in the last month and a half that I've heard of other businesses having to deal with the same thing. Thank you for your time.
Hello, Council. I'm here today to read you a letter on behalf of a person who would like to remain anonymous for their safety, because anti-Palestinian racism is a thing, and so is Middle Eastern racism and anti-Muslim racism, and we, the Kitsap Palestine Solidarity Coalition, will soon be presenting to the Kitsap County Human Rights Council two resolutions that were recently passed by the Washington State Human Rights Commission. One is in support of Palestine and the other clarifies the meaning of anti-Semitism, correcting the biggest problem with that IRA definition that you all adopted more than a year ago. We advised against using that definition and suggested others because we were afraid that the wording of the IRA document set things up so that people who spoke in support of Palestine and against genocide would be labeled anti-Semitic. It has in fact happened, and that's a longer conversation. So we're going to ask the Human Rights Council to affirm or adopt the State Council's resolution. And the letter I'm going to read you will be one of the things that we share with them from an anonymous Muslim person in Kitsap County in Bremerton. She says, I'm writing to you today as a concerned resident and advocate for universal human rights, equity, and justice in our community and beyond. I urge this body to adopt the Human Rights Resolution to affirm our shared dignity, safety, and freedom for all people, especially among the immigrant community of Kitsap County. Right now, immigrant communities are facing heightened vulnerability amid today's political rhetoric and policies, and this council has the opportunity to take a principled stand. The council's support affirms to the immigrant community that their voices are heard, justice is valued, and they are an integral part of the broader community. The council's support affirms me, my family, and the Arab and Muslim community. It tells us that there is no room in Kitsap County for racism, bigotry, or oppression. It tells my children they are protected from the pain of ignorant, harmful statements, like when classmates tell them, Trump is our president now, get ready to be deported. It tells my niece, who wears a hijab as part of her faith, that she should never have to hear someone say, she has a bomb under there. It tells my cousin and her friend that they have every right to walk peacefully through Lions Park without being told, this is my country, my park. You're not allowed to walk here, and sent home in tears. It tells me that when I take my kids to Evergreen Park, no child should be pulled away from mine because a parent says,
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Thank you.
boy.
Thank you. Ma'am, thank you. I'm sorry, but I have to enforce the 3 minutes. You understand where we're at on this.
What can you say in 2 seconds? No. I know that. It's 3 minutes. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Not 2 minutes. 49, 48. Or whatever it is.
My name is Hannah. I'm a resident of Bremerton. I will continue reading this letter. It tells my cousin and her friend that they have every right to walk peacefully through Lyon Park. I'll read this again without being told, "This is my country, my park. You're not allowed to walk here," and sent home in tears. It tells me that when I take my kids to Evergreen Park, no child should be pulled away from mine because a parent says, "Don't play with those people." It tells me that I should be able to shop at Winco's for groceries just like anyone else without a stranger pointing at me and saying, "She's one of them." Or at Safeway when someone walks up to me and says, "There's a lot of people out there who don't like you." The council's support is not just symbolic, it's a message of safety, dignity, and belonging. It says to our communities, you are seen, you are heard, and you are part of this community fully and equally. Thank you for your time and commitment to justice and belonging for all of Kitsap community residents.
Hi, I'm Jocelyn. I'm with Bremerton Prayer Walk and Rock the Block. God, what a bunch of great comments tonight. I just really, this community is so special. It's just very special community. I'm just here to, we go down to the streets every weekend, sometimes twice a weekend on Saturdays and Sundays. And one of the things that we have the opportunity to do is not only serve individuals that are unhoused and kind of looked over, but we also have the opportunity to talk with other people. And this past weekend, not this past weekend, the weekend before that, I had the opportunity to speak with a business owner down there and hearing about the human waste that's down there. It's a big concern, but when people have to use the restroom, people have to use the restroom. That's not something. And the fact is that we don't have resources for everyone. We just don't have the resources. I can think of no less than 10 people who are dying to come off the streets, who are looking for a different alternative, who have that hope that we all talk about that we need, and they have it, and there's nowhere for them. And that's one of the hardest things, we talk about when we go down there. We said, whenever you guys are ready, let us know, and we'll do our best to get you off the streets. And to have people waiting 2, 3, 4 weeks to get them off for whatever reason, it's a really difficult situation. And in the meantime, people are looking at them like they don't want that hope, like they are a different type of community member here. And the fact is, we're all the same. We all just have different obstacles to overcome. And sometimes somebody needs to walk alongside you until you can realize you can do it on your own. I'm reminded of these women that we got off the streets who are now not only thriving with their kids. They were pregnant, we got them off the streets. They're getting their children back. They're working, they're doing all of that, but it didn't come easy, right? Because the resources weren't there. We had to send them to different places. They're still in a different county and they're desperate to come back here to give back to the community. And the Bremerton is so special. There is something so special about this community, Kitsap County, Bremerton in particular. It's a light. And that's why people come here. It's for that light and for that hope. And I pray, like I say all the time, if you're not going to help, don't hinder what we're doing down there. Just don't get in the way of what we're doing down there. And with some of these ordinances that we're enforcing, some of the work that the police officers are doing by moving people around, shoving them around so that we can't see them, makes it more difficult for us to do our job, makes it more difficult for us to interrupt those thoughts of hopelessness with thoughts of hope and thoughts of love and thoughts of worthiness and just seeing individuals. And so I would really encourage, and also bathrooms, please.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Hello.
I'm sorry.
Cindy Nally.
Go ahead, please.
I'm from Bremerton. My edges are really rough, and so I'm just gonna put it the way I see it. That this community, this town has told you guys what we wanted. We voted for it. It's not being stood for. And it's just as small as coming to this meeting and watching people get cut off of their 3 minutes by 4 seconds. Kind of pisses me off. What's shaking the head mean?
Go ahead. You have the floor.
Yeah, I know, for 2 and 33 more seconds. You're failing your oaths that you sworn. You're not you're getting funding from the federal government, getting extra federal money for the good jobs that they think that you're doing. And where's it at? Other than your decorations around town, there's no homeless, there's not even toilets. There's which I believe was said before that was gonna be done. And what is it, a year now? Nothing yet? 2 years? 2 years. 2 years now. And not a raise. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. And as far as I'm concerned, you're all failing your sworn oath duty to the people of this town, county, city, and there needs to be no votes. You should all just step up out of your chairs and leave your offices because you don't hold up to your sworn oath. You kind of failed it. So I don't understand why there should be any votes. I don't know why I got to keep reading vote different when you are not upholding your end of the contract. That's it. If I had a job and I didn't hold my end of the contract, I'd be fired. That's it. Those chairs are needing to be filled by people that will step up for the people and do what the people want. And I'll stop at this minute right now.
Point of order. So, Miss, you haven't had your 3 minutes. If you'd like to stand in line and come up to the podium, you're welcome. But otherwise, I'm sorry, Miss. Miss, point of order. Go ahead, Miss, if she'll refrain from speaking. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Carla Close, and I'm one of the business owners that the lady mentioned about. I am here today because I own Peachy Studios in Kitsap Business Center, which is alongside 6th Street in downtown Bremerton, and I've been doing business there for about 5 years. And I'm proud to call this city my home. It's not just my livelihood, but as a place I care deeply about. I'm here today to actually talk about the growing issue of the homelessness in our business area and how it's impacting small businesses like mine. This is not an easy topic. I understand that. And I know it's not an easy fix, but it involves human lives, economic realities, and civic responsibility. I want to be clear from the beginning. I'm not here to point any fingers, but I believe that we need more urgent, coordinated, and compassionate approach, and that local business owners deserve to be a part of the conversation. Let me start with a day-to-day reality. My customers have increasingly expressed concern about safety, especially during the early mornings and the evenings. Some have told me directly that they avoid our area altogether because of visible encampments, erratic behavior, and unsanitary conditions. Poor traffic, our foot traffic has actually been declining, and I've had to spend more on cleanup, repairs, and sometimes even private security. Just last month, a staff member was harassed while locking up, and these aren't isolated incidents. They're part of a growing pattern that's making it harder to run a business in Bremerton. And I know I'm not alone. I've spoken with neighboring businesses, and many are facing the same challenges. Some are considering relocating, and some have actually literally closed their doors, including businesses that are inside the Kitsap Business Center. This has a ripple effect on our local economy and jobs, and ultimately the character of our city. But I want to actually pause here and say something equally important. Homelessness is not a business problem. It is a human problem, and no one chooses to be homeless and live on the streets because they want to. We're talking about veterans, people with mental health challenges, people struggling with addiction, as well as being priced out of housing. It's completely heartbreaking, and it's not enough to simply move people from one block to another, which often relies on temporary enforcement or short-term solutions. It doesn't work, and we need policies that address the
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Robin Weldon. I would like to adopt all, pretty much all of what everybody said here today with Erase, Kitsap Solidarity, support for Juneteenth celebrations. Everybody just gave me such faith in my community. I've been feeling so down about it. And all these people came out to speak for people who have no voices, no power. And it just did my heart so much good. I would like to adopt and incorporate Jose Camacho's earlier comment and his comment that I'm hoping he will say after me, as well as Marwan Cameron's and Kimmy Sybin's emailed public comments to the council. I would also, I guess I already said I wanted to adopt and incorporate everybody else's, so I'll go on from there. Hang on, now I lost. I would like to also acknowledge and adopt all the comments over the years by homeless advocates, including Jocelyn Lamadrid, Rock the Block, and Their Voice, and many others who stood here begging the council not to implement inhumane anti-camping ordinances, not to take away shelter provisions, not to throw away survival gear, and asking for help, and at least asking you not to hinder them helping, and begging you for years to provide public bathrooms, which is a basic UN human right. I would like to also acknowledge all of the comments and testimonies by my unhoused neighbors that have given over the years to blank expressions from previous and current city councils. There are people who spoke to you that are no longer living due to the city culture of cruelty toward people who cannot afford to live inside. This is a quote by Marwan Kamran in his email to the city council. Our approach to homelessness and addiction remains reactive, punitive, and disconnected from evidence-based best practices. As someone who works directly with unhoused individuals through Gather Together, Grow Together, I see the damage caused by a system that criminalizes poverty and addiction. Many residents are unhoused. They are at risk of becoming unhoused due to the city favoritism to market rate and luxury shoreline apartment developers and
Thank you, Ms. Weldon. Thank you. Ms. Weldon, thank you.
There was two.
Hey, Mr. Sorensen, so I don't forget, is Mr. Cameron on Zoom? All right, so if you don't mind, sir, Mr. Cameron is going to be on.
This meeting
next, and
is
then we'll
being
go to you.
recorded.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead. All right, Marwan, if you can hear me, you must be having technical difficulties. We're going to go to the next speaker. Please raise your hand when you're ready to speak. Go ahead, sir.
Councilman, I appreciate you guys being here tonight. My name is Mr. Boney Rothschild, and I'm the owner of Bremerton's Best on the corner of Burwell and Calla. And I've been there for years, over a decade, about 15 years. And my address tonight is the strategic roadway safety. I had mentioned it to Mr. Wheeler. I honestly believe I need to put a green arrow light going left down on Burwell so we can stop all the collisions on that main intersection. The last incident was very tragic. And it was a motorcycle accident, and it was horrific. The lady really dislocated her leg. It was bad. I noticed that the plan was done in 2020. I'm not too sure what the statistics look like as of today, but I see countless accidents on that corner all the time. And I would appreciate it if you can take note and please try to put a green arrow light going left so the people can actually stop versus yelling, because some feel privileged that they can just make that turn and cut it, and it's not happening. They're not following the roadway safety policy. So that's all I have to say. You guys are doing a great job. You're all human. You know, it takes time for things to occur. But
This meeting is being
it's my
recorded.
concern tonight that we try to eliminate judgment and control that avenue and street so we can stop the accidents. That's the only thing that's going to stop if we enforce the traffic rules. Thank you very much. You guys have a great night.
Thank you, sir.
Jose Camacho, Brenda Smith Cove, Rock the Block. I borrowed this sign from a young lady whom I don't know. And when I saw it, just turning around by chance, I thought, that's just true. And the conclusion for why it's true in Bremerton, it's taken me over a year to realize. This is a bizarre town. Been here a few years. I believe that law is the common currency between me and any other American. This idea of fairness is imbued in American law. The idea that you don't do special favors for one man. No class is special, no man is special. So as a common currency, someone reaches into my pocket and steals law that's applicable to me. Something really wrong and horrible has happened. So when families struggle and government squanders, what's going on in Bremerton is that some people matter and some people don't. Now it's taking me forever to convince myself I can use the term realty developer cartel. The people who have clout in town, Southwest Group, Rice Fergus, they're the ones that the city will bend so far over backward, it will erase law. That's what it did to my neighborhood, the Rig Evergreen Point Project, Shoreline Master Program, comp planning. They just ran roughshod over law. When I hear council and study sessions talk about law, boy, you guys I don't know what's going on. You guys are clueless, or you have a city attorney who's just ethically inert. The result of that is that you have a council and a planning commission. It might as well be the offices of Southwest Group or Rice Fergus. There is a reason why public toilets they're nowhere in town, because it does nothing for Southwest Group. It does nothing for the realty developer cartel. That's why these people don't matter to you guys. You are Southwest Group, Planning Commission, Southwest Group. That's why it doesn't matter. In trying to figure out the source of this weird problem, finally came across the 4th Street Action Group, the supposed grassroots coalition that came up with the idea of Quincy Square. And the same people in that group, some of them are here, some of them are in Planning Commission, are the ones who are responsible for the disappearance of law as to the Evergreen Point Project comp planning. It is pretty unbelievable. These guys literally snatch CDBG funds for the needy.
Good afternoon. My name's Dale Sperling. I'm a real estate developer here in Bremerton. I develop what I call workforce housing. Not luxury housing on the waterfront, but housing for the shipyard workers, baristas, grocery clerks, etc. I would say that the city of Bremerton has a problem, a serious problem. The staff at the Department of Community Development is either understaffed or underskilled. They subcontract the work that they're supposed to do to independent third parties. Those independent third parties have no real direct relationship with the city of Bremerton. They make decisions in a vacuum without any concern for the citizens of the city of Bremerton. I'm not going to get into the details of a project that I'm developing over by the Harrison Memorial Hospital that has been stalled for a full year, absolutely stalled. And all that's doing is raising the rents for what is necessary for this housing. In January of 2025, Governor Ferguson specifically in his inaugural address said, what can we do in the state of Washington to local jurisdictions to facilitate redevelopment of surplus office buildings and excess properties? What can we do to facilitate? What can local jurisdictions do? I ask you to name one thing that the Bremerton City Council or the Department of Planning and Community Development has done to facilitate, make it easier, make it faster to accomplish real estate development. It has stalled. Every permit takes longer than it should take here in the city of Bremerton. I say the city of Bremerton has a problem. The second thing I would ask you to do, first of all, answer the question, what has been done to make it easier? The situation for your housing is not money. It's time. It's making it easier, making it facilitating development as opposed to obstructing. The second thing I would ask you to do is drive around your city of Bremerton and look at the stock of your housing and explain to me, why is it that Bremerton has the worst housing in Western Washington? It looks like Forks or Hoquiam, terribly depressed areas. Bremerton has a great workforce, has plenty of jobs. But if you just drive around and look at the state of your housing, and I ask you, is it something that that's not being done right here? And I'd ask the city council.
Thank you, Mr. Sterling.
Thank you.
Ready? Gala Beach, District 5, and I am here because of, once again, the MFTE. I think that most of us were under the impression that 20% were going to be offered affordable, which I think affordable is very subjective. We were also told that the people in the least expensive apartments would be moving out into these premium apartments, which would make affordable housing for these other people that didn't have housing before. Not true. Put a coat of paint on it, raise the rent. The library is asking for money. I don't mind giving money to the library. I don't mind paying for a public toilet. My taxes are $3,700 a year. B Flats pays nothing. Soundwest pays for they're called condos, and I'm just still trying to figure out how the marina apartments are a condo unless they're gonna get the zero tax and then sell them off at the end and then still end up paying nothing. I think the city is missing out on a lot of money from taxes from these buildings. I think that if you guys are going to continue the MFTE exemptions, that they need to actually have affordable apartments, 20%, like no more of the 8 years, just the 12 years with an allotment of 20% that are actually affordable, not affordable $2,000 for a studio. Not affordable $2,000 for a studio. Not affordable, well, this is Ambrose, not 3 bedrooms for $3,000. There are some affordable apartments in Bremerton. They don't take the zero tax. They actually pay taxes. One example is, oh, I got 52 seconds. One example is 201 Shore Drive, which is in Manette. Nice building, been there forever. They are taxed $90,000 a year. It's a lot of money. City of Bremerton might not miss it, but the schools, $30,000. $22,000 to the city that could take care of a toilet for another month too. 17 seconds. Oh, that's all I got. We can't afford it anymore. We can't afford it. We can't afford it.
Hi, Council. My name is Michaela Stahl. I've lived here 95% of my life in Bremerton. I love it here. I have a concern a little bit about one thing, well, more than one thing, but this is just an example for me. It has to do with housing and what is being built and offered here. One of my examples, and I've talked to a few other people that just find it kind of incredulous, is the permit for the property that once had a duplex on it. It's the Narrows at Clare. These townhomes or condos, I'm not sure, I believe that they're luxury condos. They're crammed in there. They have 1 parking space per thing. They cost over $500,000. Most of them, I actually called to find out how many of the units have actually sold. 1. They said, yes, it is for a very niche client that would move in there. I actually drove into the property to see how close they are together. And it was one thing to see just the back row go up, which was fine. But then when I saw that they were allowed to build another row of buildings right in front of what is supposed to be your view, that's what you're selling, is the view. And it is so cramped that I want to see places that are being built that will sell, not places that are not attainable for a lot of people, that aren't desirable for the majority of people. And so I'm just really concerned about some of the decisions that are being made with the building that are being allowed to be built in our city at this time. So many places I've seen have been built. I look at the locations, things like that. Even the one up that's by between the pawn shop and the other thing, that stayed vacant for a long time till I think somebody bought it for another purpose. And I just am kind of astounded with some of the things that are being allowed. So that's all I have, but otherwise I thank you for your time.
Hey guys, Adrian. I worked for county roads in Thurston County during my 20s, and one of the things that I thought was inspiring were that the county commissioners would attend boots on the ground, rank and file people from time to time, that they wanted to find out all aspects of what was going on in their county and interact with the rank and file, not just talking to directors, but but the commissioners, Kathy Wolf was her name in particular, went out and talked to us. And as somebody who's, rank and file in my organization, having interaction with executive leadership or anything like that gives you understanding of what's really happening. I know that there's a lot of debate on everything that's going on today, and taking in all perspectives on what is at hand, whether it's talking with your public works, whether it's talking with your development team, or in particular with law enforcement and first responders. I urge this particularly to take in what's going on and monitoring what's going on with the subjects talked about today. I believe in moderation, balance in all types of discussions, and I urge that in future conversations. Thank you.
Mr. Sorensen, did Mr. Cameron, does he raise his hand? Is he ready? Mr. Cameron, if you can hear me.
This
go
meeting
ahead,
is
sir.
being recorded.
All right, City Council, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you, guys. I'm Marwan Cameron. I'm the Executive Director of Gather Together, Grow Together. My challenges are due to live broadcasting this out to make this more accessible for more people. One of the things that I actually wanted to talk about was that I understand with the anti-Semitism, the comments that have been made, you have made the decision to close off these comments. However, it is quite a hardship on many of the residents that aren't able to come down to City Hall and make those comments. I think that you should rethink that and make this more open and accessible for all. As you can see, there are so many people here tonight. One of the main things I wanted to piggyback on what other people have talked about is our homeless population and the bathrooms downtown. My organization is on Fifth and Park. We're actually above the co-op, and so we are neighbors in that regard. Also, as you know, as the executive director of G2, we have fed, housed, and also provided porta potties down on ML King. I don't want history to show that we were like San Francisco. There's a ticker on the website that says 371 days until FIFA. And I would hate to see our unhoused disappear during that time in the sake of tourism to bring dollars in. And then all of a sudden we have the temerity, we have the way, all of a sudden the solution to move our unhoused somewhere else so that's not an inconvenience for others. So I'm hoping that we can find a solution to this first, and before that becomes an issue, and before FIFA is here. The bathrooms, we enjoy the Blackberry Festival every year. We see porta potties that are all over, that make it very accessible for people to come and enjoy the festival. This is something that needs to happen. It can happen. We do it. We just need to spend and make sure that it is a priority and that we have dignity, not only for those that need the restrooms, but for the businesses and the residents and the folks that are coming around. When we talk about homelessness, it is a tragedy that our youth are graduating from high school, if they do so, and can't even afford to live in their own city. It's a lot of talk about employment into the shipyard, but that is not the end goal for many of our Bremerton residents. And so we have to do something about that. And having only a small percentages of affordable units is not working. 2040 is coming upon us, and the folks that are turning 18 every single year can't even live in Bremerton. And so where are they going? These are things that have to be addressed.
Thank you, Mr. Cameron. Thank you. Anyone else for public recognition?
Hi, my name is Kathy Lustig and I live in East Bremerton. with regards, I want to bring something to your attention. I'm not sure if you're aware of it, but there, as far as with affordable housing, I know starting at the college all the way up Wheaton Way, there is probably over 10 developments that are going in with equaling probably 2,000 units. I don't know how you're going to get people in Bremerton because that road is already a problem. And there is major issues with WashDOT with access onto Wheaton Way. So the traffic alone, the infrastructure cannot bear what you're building right now or what's being allowed to be built. I hope that you are keeping an eye on this because we're going to be in gridlock all the way up Wheaton Way. And none of it's affordable. I know that the one next to the pawn shop, those were supposedly affordable and a studio is $1,800 a month. So you can bet on all the stuff that's going up Wheaton Way is going to be far exceed that amount of money. None of it is affordable. I don't see this as getting better, but I just keep aware of the gridlock that's going to be happening on Wheaton Way. I mean, I can just say next to Safeway, they will not allow that development, WashDOT, to have their own entrance and exit onto the highway. They're going to have to exit through the Safeway parking lot. This is not good planning. This is not good urban planning. Thank you.
Last call for public recognition. Okay, seeing none. I will now turn to our city clerk. Actually, there's no general business items, so I believe we'll go on to proceed to the public hearings. Please go ahead.
Public hearings, 7A, public hearing on resolution number 3398 to adopt the 2026 to 2030 consolidated plan priorities, the 2026 CDBG home policy plan. Presenter tonight is CDBG Administrator Sarah Lynham.
Welcome, Ms. Lynham. I apologize for the long wait, but that's the way we work here. Public recognition first, and please proceed when you're ready.
Okay, sounds good. I should have a presentation up there. Awesome. Thank you all for having me and allowing me to speak and present this evening. Tonight we are conducting a public hearing and taking public comment on two components of our funding process. The 5-year funding priorities and the 2026 CDBG home policy plan. Our 5-year funding priorities will be included in our consolidated plan, and the policy plan informs our 2026 application process.
It could be me, but maybe move the microphone a little closer. Thank you.
Better?
Yeah.
Okay. Next slide, please. So I'm going to start with the policy plan. This document serves as the kicking off point for our competitive funding process for the upcoming program year, which is 2026. For both these community development block grant and home funds that we receive from the Department of Housing and Urban Development. The document is updated annually and serves as our guiding principles on how we utilize the funds available to us and provides guidance to applicants on items such as eligibility, the funding allocation process, and information on any regulatory requirements and local policy decisions. The plan also details our funding priorities for both CDBG and home funds, which will be laid out in our 5-year consolidated plan. And I'll be going through the funding priorities and updates to the policy plan here shortly. And just to kind of go through a quick timeline here, the policy plan was released for a 15-day comment period, and we received no written comments on the policy plan specifically. Applications will open mid-June. They are reviewed in August by the Project Review Committee, who will recommend projects and submit those recommendations through an annual action plan. And that action plan will go before City Council at a public hearing in November. The city participates in the coordinated grant application process in partnership with Kitsap County. The coordinated grant application cycle includes city and county CDBG and home, as well as CIA, or the Community Investments in Affordable Housing, which helps fund acquisition or construction of affordable housing and shelters. the mental health, chemical dependency, and therapeutic course funding, and the homelessness and housing services through the Affordable Housing Grant and the Homelessness Housing Grant and the Consolidated Homelessness Grant. Those are all county funds that are a part of this process. And just to go through the goals of the funding that we're focusing on tonight, which is CDBG and home. The goal of CDBG is to develop viable urban communities by providing decent housing and a suitable living environment, and by expanding economic opportunities principally for low and moderate income persons. And for home funding, provide decent, affordable housing to lower income households, expand capacity of nonprofit housing providers, and strengthen the ability of state and local governments to provide housing and leverage private sector participation. Okay. So in addition to the policy plan, this is our part 2. We are asking City Council to review the CDBG and home funding priorities for the next 5 years. Staff, in partnership with Kitsap County, conducted a needs assessment, which included outreach and consultation with agencies and service providers. It also included a community needs survey and outreach to the Kitsap Housing and Homelessness Coalition. Because our funding is quite limited, you can see at the top there, 300,000 is what we're estimating. We do need to look at how we can be strategic and stretch these federal dollars, and also take into account those other local dollars that are often greater and more flexible. For the other Kitsap County funds I mentioned, those equal, the funds separate from CDBG and home equal about $10 million. And our allocation is about 300,000 for CDBG. Survey results and feedback from agencies indicated that affordable housing is the top priority countywide. Additionally, in Bremerton, infrastructure projects and park facilities were identified as top priorities. And given that information, we've identified the following priorities to include in the policy plan. And for CDBG, that includes preservation or rehabilitation of affordable housing, including acquisition of housing to create or preserve units of affordable housing, weatherization, repair of existing housing units, infrastructure and public facilities projects, including street and sidewalk improvements in low-income areas, parks projects, facilities in low-income areas, and economic development projects such as microenterprise assistance. And last year, City Council, you guys approved the funding for the Boost program, which is a microenterprise support program for daycare providers, as well as the BEST program from Kitsap Community Resources, and both of those projects fit within that economic development category. And for home funding, again, affordable housing is the top priority, which also may include acquisition, rehab, or construction of affordable housing units, and down payment assistance to income eligible home buyers. Due to limited funding and the availability of other county dollars, CDBG public services are not included in these priorities, at least for the first year for 2026. Evaluation of public service needs can be evaluated on an annual basis beginning in year 2 of the consolidated plan. And just a reminder for City Council, public services is only about 15%. That's a regulatory requirement from HUD for these dollars. So the vast majority is meant for capital projects. And then just all projects that apply must meet a HUD national objective and be an eligible activity, and projects annually must meet a consolidated plan priority. Just some policy changes or policy updates. We added language on page 11 to reflect forthcoming federal guidance regarding contracting and the possibility of funding cuts with the CDBG and home program. Obviously, there's a lot of changes at the federal level, and just to kind of cover that uncertainty at this time, we want to allow for that flexibility. Again, CDBG Public Services is not identified as a priority for at least this first year, but we will evaluate needs in future consolidated plan years. And lastly, new applicants are required to submit an applicant intent form and meet with city staff to go over eligibility for their projects. And then just to kind of go through upcoming deadlines, city and county staff are meeting with applicants this month. Applications will open June 17th, and the link will be posted on both the city and county sites. Applications are due on July 15th at noon. And during the month of August, projects will be reviewed and scored by the project review committee. and agency interviews and deliberations will take place during the week of September 8th. All right. And then just briefly, city received a number of written comments regarding the Quincy Square project, and I just wanted to take a moment to share a little bit of information about that. In 2019, funding was approved by City Council to the Quincy Square project for sidewalk and other infrastructure improvements as an eligible project. Due to project delays, the award was canceled and funds were reallocated in late 2019 to other eligible projects, including the YWCA Alive Shelter. No CDBG dollars have been spent on the Quincy Square project at this time. And affordable housing is currently the city's top priority for CDBG and home funding. And next we're taking public comment. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lynham. Before I open up for public comment, Mr. Sorensen, since we're done with public recognition, could you please remove the sign in front of the podium? Thank you, sir. So folks, the purpose of the public hearing is to accept public comment and action is anticipated. Having said that, I am now opening this meeting to the public. Does any member of the public wish to comment on this item? If so, please come to the podium.
Jose Camacho, Brenda Smith Cove, Rock the Block. I understand from the young lady that the Quincy Square award of $300,000 of HUD CDBG funds was not actually used. And I will take her word for it. That's not really the point. The point is, why is a very wealthy, powerful, influential developer, a cartel consortium, whatever you want to call them, which has a council member up here getting paid by a revenue stream? So why would someone that powerful have to even consider CDBG funds that's intended for the needy? My experience with HUD is lead-based poisoning in low-income homes or apartments. I used to be the guy who had to convince my fat cat wealthy attorney boss to help out tenants. And the reason we could help them was because the HUD regulations were so exacting and thoughtful. Absolutely, HUD and certainly CDBG funds are for the needy. They're not for some multimillionaire. They're not for someone who has a council and planning commission in his pocket. The 4th Street Action Fund snatched that money. That they didn't use it was an accident. The reason they didn't use it was because the African-American community was pissed off that the 4th Street Action Group did not take them into consideration in foisting the Quincy Square as some fake affordable housing project. It was never that. They invoke the needy, they invoke affordable housing. They don't actually care about that. It's just commercial propaganda. They invoke the needy to look good and then get funding. And they don't deserve that funding when we have people dying on the street, when we have people who have to go and they're going to get arrested because they can't go because there are no public toilets. CDBG funds have been used for public toilets across the country. So it is ideal. It is worth changing this policy to help these people who have been begging you for like a decade. If you go to the hearing video recordings, 2018, May and June, you will see 2 things happening at the same time. Homeless people begging you for help and the award of CDBG funds to the 4th Street Action Group, who absurdly call themselves a grassroots coalition. DCD and the CDBG staff person were part or are part of the 4th Street Action Group. That is incestuous. That is a rig. These millionaires don't need help. They don't need insider connections. They'll survive. We are not going to survive. They will, regardless of what happens.
Thank you, Mr. Camacho. Before we get to the next speakers, I will remind the public that unlike public recognition, if you stray from, and in this case, it's the resolution 3398 adopting the consolidated plan funding priorities for 2026 to 2030, and the 2026 CDBG home policy plan, I can call and say, that's not germane. So if you want to make public attacks for something in 2019, I may have to refer to my counsel here. But unlike public recognition, this is supposed to be city business, and your comments should be germane to the topic.
Do you
Mr.
have them
Sorensen.
speak into the microphone too? Because I don't know how much of that was actually caught.
Thank you. And just a reminder to go ahead and please speak into the microphone. Having said that, I tend to give great latitude to speakers as long as you can get there. But please try to stay germane to the topic. With that, go ahead, please.
My name is Robin Weldon, and considering that all of this is still going on as far as your favoritism to developers and you know, I do believe it's germane to the topic what Jose Camacho brought up. In the CBDG funding, you should be including the homeless advocates that are actually out there on the street. You should be including public toilets. And I'm sorry if I don't know what various numbers or, you know, ordinances that you have, but this needs to be discussed, and we don't have a chance to discuss it because we don't have much chance to even talk as the public. So I incorporate and adopt and 100% agree with everything. It's all fact. You can go to Friends of Smith Cove at Evergreen Park YouTube channel and see all of the evidence trail of city corruption and developer favoritism to Sound West Group, specifically Wesley Arthur Larson the third, and Quincy Square, which is his thing. You know, it's the inside crowds thing. So it's all germane. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lynham, would you like to talk about, there was a comment, and if I paraphrase it incorrectly, I apologize, but something about the public doesn't have a chance to participate in this process. Could you explain real briefly again what the public opportunity was?
Absolutely. So starting back in February, we released a community survey. It was the announcement of that community survey was posted on the city's Facebook page. We also sent out an e-news, so anybody that's subscribed to our email list would receive that update. So that was an opportunity to go out and complete the community survey. Additionally, we post when public comment periods are open. And so for the policy plan and for the funding priorities, that would have been a 15-day comment period. We didn't receive any written comments at that time other than what was submitted to City Council before this evening. Additionally, after we complete our funding process, our application process, before those allocations go to City Council for decision, they are released for a 30-day comment period as well.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lynham.
Are there any other questions I can answer?
We haven't opened it up to the council yet, so just stay on. So, Mr. Sorensen, could you see if anyone online has their hand raised? And then after we've had some more public testimony, please yell at me if you see someone raise their hand before I close the hearing. Does we have anybody with their hand up?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sorensen. Go ahead, please.
Okay.
And again, go ahead. You won't break the microphone. Bend it to your comfort level. So speak right into it. Thank you.
Thank you. Michaela Stahl again. I want to comment, you know, seems to be a heavy reliance on people, you know, having people use computers, Facebook. There's a lot of people that are older that aren't on Facebook, that don't, you know, have access to computers or things like that. So if these types of things are, you know, being brought up or it's made available to the public through those means, you know, can't there be a mailing going out or some other kind of notification about stuff? I am late to the game in starting to attend these city council meetings. I'm going to become more proactive in that, so I do know. And plus, I'm not working anymore, so I have the time that I didn't have when I was working, you know. So I just want to make sure that we're not only focusing on getting people that may just not be aware of what's going on because it's so heavily relied on, well, we're on Facebook, we're on, computer use. My mom doesn't use a computer. People of a certain age may not be as savvy with that type of thing. So I just think maybe notifications in other forms need to also be happening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'll be really brief. I am sure that that both CDBG and home funding under the federal budget for fiscal year 26 is zeroed out. So there's still a lot of work to be done towards that and what's going to happen. But I urge you with that understanding to prioritize the greatest impact that those dollars can have on this community before those dollars are not available to you.
Okay, thank you.
Nishal Chaudhary, District 3 resident. I was caught a little bit surprised by the seriously low amounts associated with these grants. From my understanding, several cities receive much, much higher numbers. So I would encourage the council and the staff to look at why is it that we are getting a very small sum for the size of the city we are, and also the challenges and the income levels that are in our city. So whether there are strategies like, focusing the dollars into one area in collaboration with the rest of the cities in the county, and rather than sort of like diluting the limited funds over lots of like small programs, if we can make concentrated efforts to put these dollars where they're going to have a relatively big impact would also be really appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else for comment? Get Mr. Sorensen, anyone online with their hand up?
No.
Okay, seeing none, I will close the public hearing. I'll go to the council for a motion. Councilmember Kaplan.
Move to approve resolution number 3398, adopting the consolidated plan funding priorities for 2026 to 2030 and the 2026 CDBG/home policy plan.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, now we'll open up for any discussion, starting with Councilmember Kaplan.
Thank you, Administrator Lyman, for your presentation. And I know you've been our CDBG coordinator for a long time now, and always done an excellent job each year leading us through the process. Just some questions, mostly for public clarification. Anyone who is eligible to apply, because this is an application process. This council and the committee are not awarding the funds ad hoc. People have to apply to this, correct?
That's correct. So eligible applicants would include units of local government. So that would include like city departments, like the Department of Public Works, nonprofits, 501c3 nonprofits. In certain situations, like specific to economic development activities like microenterprise, there's limits to for-profit companies. But again, that would be limited to microenterprise. So units of local government and nonprofit entities.
Yeah. Thank you. And then as far as the committee goes, do you mind just kind of recapping who serves on the committee, how they evaluate the projects that are submitted for funding, and then how those recommendations ultimately come to council?
Yeah, so applications are submitted in June, and then they are scored by the project review committee, which consists of staff members and then also a representative from Planning Commission, a representative from City Council, and 2 community members. Once those applications are scored, we rank them in score order, and then we have discussion by the project review committee. And we also conduct agency interviews that helps kind of contribute to those decisions. And then we deliberate, come up with a recommendation to go to City Council for their approval.
Fantastic. And just to confirm, in addition to the emails and Facebook posts, did I hear correctly, there was notice in the Kitsap Sun, and can you describe any other physical outreach or flyers or?
correct. So we do, anytime we have any sort of public comment period or opportunity for public comment, we do put out a notice in the Kitsap Sun. We did post flyers in and around the Norm Dix Government Center. Again, that any sort of like mailing would have to come out of our administrative budget. So that's what it is limited to.
Oh, thank you. I
Mhm.
appreciate it. And, you know, if the mayor's here, I'm happy to have him weigh in on any other future efforts he's looking at to increase communications to folks, since that is under administration. And then, so folks know too, so once the committee makes a recommendation back to council, that will also be open for public input,
Mhm.
for folks to weigh in on those recommendations if they agree or disagree or would see a different prioritization, and we can, as a
Yes.
council, adjust those recommendations.
That's correct. Yeah. So 30-day written comment period for the projects that are recommended, and then a public hearing.
Excellent, thank you.
Mhm.
And last question I have, as far as public facilities go, that would include potential shelter,
Mhm.
if I understand correctly. So
That's
folks can
correct.
apply for that.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's correct.
fantastic. So, no, much appreciated. I will be the council representative on the committee this year, and just speaking personally, I look for projects that are going to be, obviously, they're going to use every dollar effectively, especially if they're able to get other grant funding with that money, so we can take the unfortunately small amount, but extremely impactful amount of money and make it more useful for our community. So I look forward to seeing projects that are really helping out the most in need on this. But that's all the questions for me. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Mockler, did you have any questions, comments?
No, I'd like to hear, if it's a brief answer. I thought that was an interesting comment that our funds are so low compared to many other cities. Is that a brief answer, Ms. Lynham?
Yeah, so amounts are determined by HUD. It's a formula allocation. We, the city of Bremerton, are an entitlement community along with the county. We're the only city in the county that has that entitlement. I will say obviously funding has gone down each year, and comparatively, if we're looking at a city like Olympia, we have about the same amount as the city of Olympia.
Thank you, and thank you for all your hard work on this.
Councilmember Goodnow, you have your hand up?
Well, actually, Anna just stole most of my thunder. But I would just mention that, when we look at the history of this program, first of all, they can only fund organizations that apply. So sometimes you might say, even though the scope of something might be, that might include, we'll just say affordable housing, it's possible that only one or no affordable housing projects applied that year. So I just wanted to kind of bring that up. And again, to be honest, the only reason it comes to council is right now just to approve the priorities that are within the guidelines of HUD. And then when it comes back, we're basically just approving that those checks can be cut. So that's only really the touches that council has besides having a council member. But I've been able to participate in it as a council member in a planning commission. And I appreciate all your hard work on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Vice President Rebolowski.
Yeah, Ms. Lyman, can more than two community members be on the committee?
At this time, that's a part of our policy plan, is that only 2 committee members. How that was set up, I'm not entirely sure. That was before my time starting in this role, but that's the way our policy plan is laid out at this time, is that there are 2 community members on the committee.
So how many staff go to committee meetings?
Let's see, 3, 4 staff members.
Four
So
staff members?
it's myself, Director Spencer, the Director of Community Development, the Director of Finance, and then the Community Development Project Assistant, which is a role within our department.
So you are the 4 that do the initial scoring?
So the Planning Commission member and the council representative and the community members do the scoring as well. And I will score, but I am not a voting member.
Okay. So how could or is there a possibility of the policy being changed so that more community members could be involved? Because I think part of the reason why we've gotten so many comments on it is so many people in the community don't trust the process because they don't really know the process.
Mm.
And how could we change the policy if other people agree with me that there be an equal amount of community members as there are staff and council on it? Because it seems like, you know, you've got six employees of the city. I mean, we don't pay the planning commission, I don't think. And only 2 community members. And I would like to see that balanced out better if other people on the council agree. And I think, and plus, seeing as it's geared towards, or supposed to be geared towards low income projects, it'd be great if the mayor appointed at least one of the community members who is boots on the ground. You know, like maybe somebody who volunteers regularly with Rock the Block or some, you know, one of the navigators who works out of KMH. But I mean, how do we go about even having that conversation to change that policy of who's on it? And
So I will say that yes, they are mayor appointed positions. It would also require folks to apply to be a volunteer and to select CDBG as one of the committees that they're interested in serving on. As far as changing the policy, or as far as having folks apply, that does obviously take time. We are right in the middle of our application cycle. So if that is something that council wants to consider for the future, that would be up to you guys.
okay, so this is a community development policy.
It's
right?
within the policy plan, yes,
Okay,
as it's written.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councilmember Chamberlain?
And just to clarify, that's an internal policy and not something that council has purview over? Is that what I'm understanding?
My knowledge, council has, yeah, it's in the policy plan that the council can either approve or amend.
Okay, all right, thank you. Actually, that's not all. Having been part of this, oh, do you want to clarify that, Director Spencer?
What I'd suggest is what you do with your zoning code amendments is if this is something you want us to work on, give us more time rather than having a motion on the floor to try to do amendment, because we're about to review zoning, where all these applications are about to come in. So if this is something you want us to look at, take a look at other agency policy plans, see how they set up their policy review committee, because that's what ours was based on, is what other agencies did. And we can docket that for the next time we bring this forward.
No, I don't think anybody's suggesting that we're gonna do it in a kind of like on the fly policy change right now.
But
I just
we're
want to
happy-
clarifying for the future.
We can make note if this is what you want to work and bring you some more options to compare against.
Sure. I was just gonna give props to Ms. Lynham here, having been part of the CDBG program before. And I know a couple of us have been who are on council here. And there's not actually a lot of projects that submit that fit all the criteria. And one thing that I know that we took care and consideration for when I was on the committee, and then I think it might have happened either right after or right before, but just to make sure that the organizations that are applying are practicing, you know, non-discrimination, that they fit all the criteria. Can you talk a little about that?
Yeah, so there are capacity considerations for organizations that apply, especially when it's administering federal dollars. There are a number of regulations, including having an audit, having a board, and then being able to administer the funds and follow the rules, including things like federal prevailing wage. We conduct an environmental review, so all of that has administrative requirements, in addition to having non-discrimination clauses in their bylaws.
And I know this is coming down the pipeline from federal, but we also have, do we also have Washington state law governing as far as non-discrimination over these funds?
It's a federal requirement that's specific to federal policy.
Okay, so we don't apply the Washington state non-discrimination, which is a little bit different.
Not to my knowledge, not for this
Right.
particular fund.
Okay, just wanted to clarify. Have we faced there's been talk, concerns that there's additional requirements that are being asked of different jurisdictions, different bureaucracies who are receiving federal funding, different
Mhm.
clauses that they might need to sign. Are you facing any of that right now with CDBG?
We're at this time still waiting on guidance from our local HUD office. We are in the process, so for 2025, we're in the process of submitting our federal application that allows us to actually receive the 2025
Right.
allocation. And at that time, they will send us a contract.
Okay.
But we do not have indication at this time of what will be included in that contract. I will
Okay.
say that we did receive notification that all of our action plans and all of our consolidated plans are going to be reviewed at HQ.
And I think there's several concerns about some of the guidance we're hearing about HUD. In particular, I think the able-bodied clause, you know what I'm talking about? I'm just gonna keep that on my radar, and I hope that Councilor Coughlin, as representative of CDBG, will also keep that on your radar too. All right, thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments from the council? Seeing none, I'll call for the question.
Just a,
I'm sorry, hold on. Go ahead, Councilman Coughlin.
thank you, Council President. No, I did just want to know quickly, as I look at the website that lists all our various commissions and committees, although block grant CDBG is in the actual list of check boxes to check of what commission you're interested in serving on, it's not listed as one of our commissions. So if I guess mayor's not here, but if you can update the website so it's listed, that would be appreciated. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and call for the question.
Councilmember Frye?
Yes.
Thank you. Coughlin?
Yes.
Robolowski?
Yes.
Goodnow?
Yes.
Mochler?
Yes.
Chamberlain?
Yes.
Younger?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so before we go to the next item, I'm gonna ask the council what their preference is. We can, we have a lot of people here that's here for the comprehensive plan, obviously, not necessarily for your council member reports, sad to say. But we can do this one of two ways. If you really feel you need to have a break, we can take a 10-minute break, or during Mr. Jackson's presentation, since we've gone through this many times in study session, if you need to use a bio break or whatever, go during Mr. Jackson's presentation, since we've seen it, but I ask that you're here during public testimony. Which would you rather do? I'm hearing the second, so we're going to go with this. We're going to go with the second. So Ms. Hoover, go ahead.
Item 7B, public hearing on ordinance number 5511 to adopt the City of Bremerton 2024 Comprehensive Plan, including repeal and replacement of the downtown sub-area plan and Puget Sound Industrial Center sub-area plan. Our presenter tonight is Planning Manager Garrett Jackson.
Welcome, Mr. Jackson. You are the man of the hour, and I expect this will be an hour. And my understanding is you have 3 separate presentations. So when you're ready, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. We are here to discuss the final adoption of the 2024 Comprehensive Plan update. The Planning Commission unanimously recommends adoption of the proposed comprehensive plan. Council should hold an open record public hearing, consider testimony, and adopt the proposed 2024 comprehensive plan. We begin with a review of the comprehensive planning process for those folks at home. And it's pointing out primarily that our local comprehensive plan needs to meet several layers of jurisdictional authority, not just our local demands. So that starts with Washington State and the Growth Management Act. We work with our partners at the Department of Commerce to ensure that we are conforming with GMA. Next, the Puget Sound Regional Council. We're part of a regional planning body, and we need to meet the requirements of that regional planning document, Vision 2050. We work with PSRC staff once again to ensure conformance. And then more locally, the Kitsap Regional Coordinating Council, or KRCC. And we have to abide by county-wide planning policies that are that apply to all jurisdictions within Kitsap County. Here locally, we need to ensure that forecasted population and job increases can be absorbed by the city of Bremerton. We're forecasted to grow to just under 64,000 persons and just over 58,000 jobs by the year 2044. The city of Bremerton is regionally significant. Our partners at PSRC have designated the city in several ways. One of those being that we are a metropolitan city. The other peer cities within the Puget Sound that are metropolitan cities, being the city of Bellevue, Tacoma, Seattle, and Everett. And then that we have two regionally significant centers that are dependent to absorb jobs and growth regionally. One being a manufacturing industrial center that's out by the Bremerton Airport, and the second being the downtown regional center. Both of those areas regionally significant for absorbing jobs and population. And a quick thank you to Carla Boughton for the production of those sub-area plans and many of our comprehensive planning documents. Our growth strategy can be seen here on the image on the screen. Any place that has a bit of color is proposed for either a density or a development increase. The medium density residential zones seen in yellow proposed to increase in height from 35 to 45 feet. The high density residential and general commercial zones proposed to increase to 65 feet. Bay Vista sub-area plan proposed for mixed use, and the downtown sub-area plan, where most of our height and density increases are proposed consistent with that regional center criteria. You'll see these dashed lines here up on the screen, and that represents a future high capacity transit station as is proposed in the Kitsap Transit Long Range Plan. So this comprehensive plan is really focused on housing. How can we create more housing, both the capacity and the allowed housing types? And while a lot of that housing is created by the private sector, I'd like to draw your attention to these projects here on the right, shown in these images. Each one of these large developments was originally conceived by the private sector, and in some cases brought all the way through construction by the private sector, and ended up being purchased by nonprofit organizations to provide affordable or emergency housing. So just because the private sector may be developing these housing developments doesn't mean that they cannot provide affordable housing. There's also provisions within our comprehensive plan for protections against displacement. We have added policies addressing displacement, and there's actions in the city of Bremerton that are ongoing to address displacement as well. Recently adopted Ordinance 5510 increased renter protections against substandard housing and displacement from it. And our multifamily tax exemption also contains provisions to prohibit displacement. We're also partners with the state, and just in this legislative session, it was signed into law rental cap increases from 7 to 10%. So this is very much a statewide, regional, and local effort. So comprehensive plan outreach. We've done a lot of outreach to the community, trying to get people involved throughout this process. We attended more than 100 public events, trying to get the word out. We sent postcards to every resident and business in the city of Bremerton requesting that they participate in the comprehensive plan process. We had approximately 25 planning commission meetings dedicated to the comp plan update. Each one of those meetings was advertised by physical flyers placed throughout the city. If you look here up on the map, you'll see the locations of these physical flyers throughout the city of Bremerton. And we're also very thankful to our partner Karen Beavers at the Bremerton School District, who forwarded digital copies of those flyers to parents of parents of children of the school district throughout Bremerton. The Planning Commission recommended in April that a public hearing that the City Council adopt this comprehensive plan. And previous to that, we also had council district digests, documents that were produced to explain on a neighborhood and council district level what the comprehensive plan would mean for your neighborhood. We then took those district digests to council district meetings where we explain to residents the changes that we proposed in their neighborhoods for this comp plan update. Thank you to my colleague Vicky Grover for attending each one of those meetings to ensure that the transportation element was conveyed, and also to Director Barker to represent Parks, and Aaron Stewart, who helped us produce those District Digest documents. Lastly, on Bremerton2044.com, this has been our main method of conveying to the public what's going on, what's coming up, here's important documents. Bremerton2044.com is constantly being updated with information for the public to consume. Thank you for our IT department, and particularly Kelsey Donnelly-Cott for the slew of updates to Bremerton2044.com. We also posted on Bremerton2044.com city council meetings, recordings of city council meetings that dealt with each element of the comprehensive plan. So if people didn't have time to attend the city council meeting and provide comment, they could go on to Bremerton2044.com in their own time and watch each element as it was presented to council. Thank you to our colleagues at BCAT for the help of the production of those videos. Comprehensive planning documents. So the final documents that we have for the public and the city council are available in the city council packet, and then also on Bremerton2044.com. There is a matrix within the council packet that explains from the 5/14 and the May 28th study sessions requests that were made by the city council for alterations of the comprehensive plan. So if there was an alteration requested, you'll find that in the packet. With such instances like changing the word citizen to resident or community member, there's quite a few updates to our multimodal transportation language throughout that document. Adding language noting transportation mitigation projects were conceptual in nature and would require further study and development. That parks should be provided or emphasized in underserved areas, provisions to protect the Wright Creek wetland system, that we should change language to be stronger for climate change, to consider to develop strategies for, to combat climate change. There was a number of mapping references that were added, and also anti-displacement policies for manufactured home parks. Moving into the downtown sub-area plan. So this is where most of our changes are proposed for the comprehensive plan update. And that's primarily to be in compliance with that PSRC centers criteria. It is a regional center expected to absorb regional growth. And for that reason, you'll see this large pink zone here. That's aggregated from several different smaller zones into one single mixed use zone with a proposed 80-foot height and no maximum density. There's also provisions for increased urban tree requirements, and also increased public open space in the waterfront overlay. Right now, there is a paved promenade from the Bremerton Marina up to about 5th Street. As the properties along the waterfront develop over time, they would be required to extend that waterfront trail until one day you could reach Evergreen Park. The Puget Sound Industrial Center Sub-Area Plan, or PSIC. So thank you for our colleagues at the Port of Bremerton, Arna Bacher, for his continued involvement in updating the P6 sub-area plan. The sub-area plan was updated for compliance once again with PSRC centers criteria. This included development regulation updates that are consistent with a market study that was previously performed, where property owners throughout PSIC were polled and asked what changes might be needed in the sub-area to promote development of that industrial center. Items were removed that were duplicative requirements for stormwater streets and other housekeeping. There was outdated references to stormwater and streets. Those should be found in engineering standards, not in the sub-area plan. Okay, and lastly, I'd like to thank Director Spencer for her leadership throughout this process. It has been a long road, and she has provided exemplary leadership, and I appreciate that. All the other directors, utility managers, and staff members that have helped contribute this, our city clerk and city council staff. This has truly been a group effort and is very much appreciated on my part. The Planning Commission unanimously recommends adoption of the proposed comprehensive plan. City Council should hold an open record public hearing, consider public testimony, and adopt the proposed 2024 comprehensive plan.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jackson. Before I open it up to the public on this first item, and sir, you correct me if I'm wrong, just remember that we have 3 public hearings tonight, all related to the comprehensive plan. Specifically, if you're here and want to talk about market-based parking, amendments to Title 20 of the BMC, basically the parking standards, that will be the last item. Am I not correct, Mr. Jackson? So this one is the overall 2024 comprehensive plan. So with that, I am going to open this up to the public. We've got all these people. Here we go. We're waiting. Go ahead, please.
Sure, if I see a typo here on a date on page 172 of the 505-page document. So the very last thing says program year begins. It says January 1st of 2025. Is that supposed to be 2026 or 2025? Because all the dates before that, you know, it starts with May 23rd and it goes May 60, or is it going backwards? I don't know. I'm just curious if the year is correct.
No worries. Is that your only question?
Yes.
Okay, we'll go ahead and
Yeah.
Mr. Jackson, could you answer that question, please? Or anyone on staff? And just have a little patience because he's looking on his phone too, for the actual. Go ahead, Ms. Spencer.
I think it's program year for CDBG and not related to the comprehensive plan. If we're looking at page 172, 176, that's all CDBG stuff.
Gotcha. You are correct. The comprehensive plan starts on page 185.
Yeah.
Does that clarify? Yes. No, I believe I want to make sure that the question is answered. So what page were you concerned on? Yeah, so our point is that was the CDBG program and now we're on comprehensive plan. No worries. Sure. Good eyes, so thanks. Any other comments from the public? I'm kind of disappointed I'm not seeing people. Here we go.
Jose Camacho, friends of Smith Cove. For the record, I've hated speaking here every time I've been up here.
Hey, Mr. Camacho, you have your 3 minutes. I'm not violating time. Dave, stop the clock. Just closer to the microphone so we can all hear you.
Appreciate it. I tend to believe I have a big mouth. It's hard to talk about the comp plan because it's actually complex. It actually incorporates all kinds of laws into it. One of the things I will zero in now, because I have submitted written comments, is the idea of citizen participation. It has to be part of comp planning. I'm not going to cite you any cases. I don't know if the citizen participation part of comp planning can be so ruined that it voids the entire thing, but it's part of the Growth Management Act. It is part of the process. And as I have looked at hearing after hearing, including involving my neighborhood, what I've seen is that presentations from DCD, including Garrett Jackson, on matters of comp planning, there was one specifically about Evergreen Point. It leaves out so much information that a citizen could not meaningfully participate. in that presentation and therefore in comp planning, because we need to be armed with information. This is a part of American law. Whether this is public, if this hearing is about T-Rex dinosaurs, and I come in here and it's actually about crayons, and I start arguing about T-Rex, okay, I'm going to be off kilter. I'm going to miss the boat. There's case law that says a hearing can be so warped and so filled with ploys and omissions that it ends up being an empty ceremony. There's other cases that say it can be a trap. You come in here ready to bear, and it's not even about what you thought it was about. It's a wasted opportunity. The way DCD does their presentations, where it favors developers, is they leave information out. And they've left so much information out here that this comp plan is going to be remanded back to the city because they've left out the shoreline law. And they just have. And I've cited the case back in June 2024. And that actually implicates interrupted buffers in map E. Interrupted buffers is this thing DCD concocted. It's a special favor. It is in fact about 80% of the rig of the Evergreen Point project. Interrupted buffers is pure BS. The misrepresentation of law is this presumption that they can have an edict against state law, the Shoreline Management Act. It is in fact corruption. And that is entirely left out. And this thing is going back to the city because of it. And Andrew Spencer should be fired.
Robin Weldon. I adopt and incorporate what Jose Camacho said. Again, this is not opinion. We have Friends of Smith Cove have been digging through public records. We have all the records.
So Ms. Weldon,
We
please.
have
Sorry.
all the records for people to obtain at Friends of Smith Cove at Evergreen Park YouTube channel. They're there for you to view and for you to download. And there's been a lot of specific shoreline developer favoritism and corruption going on in this city that just completely shuts out ordinary Bremerton residents. Your comp plan does not serve it, serve the rest of working class Bremerton residents. I call it the Sound West Group 2044 comprehensive plan, because they're getting everything they wanted. And that starts with the 2-year DCD rig of the Shoreline Master Program in 2021, sorry, from 2019 and to 2021. And it was a complete fabrication of a shoreline road as a barrier for Wesley Arthur Larson III's properties. So we have a rig to the Shoreline Master Plan, and the Shoreline Master Plan guidelines are to enhance the shoreline and not take away protections. The shoreline, so let me just read what I have here. There is no public official within the DCD, no council person in the city of Bremerton. There's the mayor, the attorney's office, who do not respect constitutional law or Washington State Shoreline Management Act law. There is nobody here to be trusted to lead us forward. And so, there might as well be an SWG on the top of City Hall. So Astound West Group's Bremerton 2044 comprehensive plan is invalid because it's based on the illegal rig of the Bremerton SMP in 2021 to isolate Wesley Arthur Larson III's two recreational.
Thank you, Ms. Weldon. Thank you. Thank you. Please sit down. Please sit down. Thank you. I'm sorry, Miss, you already spoke on, you had your turn on this one. We allow one public comment per person. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Mr. Sorensen, you check online to see if anybody has their hand up.
Nobody at this time.
All right. Do we have anyone else for public comment? I think we have a couple coming. Mr. Merrigan, welcome.
Hey guys, Travis Merrigan, Bremerton. I'm really proud of the comprehensive plan. I think that I've been watching comprehensive plan debates go on in other cities, and in most other cities, what you see is resistance to growth, resistance to building up, to seizing the future and building the housing that we need. There's lots of folks here who are complaining about not enough housing in the city, and it is a real problem, and I don't have any solutions for all of it, for sure. But what the city's doing with the comprehensive plan is creating opportunities for the city to embrace and absorb growth, bring new people in, bring new businesses in. It's quite progressive, I think, of what we're doing. And I'm sure there's areas that could be better, and we can keep working on that. But thank you guys for all the hard work, the planning staff, Mr. Garrett and others who worked so hard on this. And so from my perspective, great work on looking toward the future for Bremerton.
Okay, thank you.
On the raising of the limits of the heights, is that going to be everywhere, or is that going to just be certain areas? I mean, are you guys going to block, are you going to block the waterfront where the city is dark? We don't get the water. I don't live by the water, so I don't have a water view. It's not going to really affect me, but it's strange. Is it for everywhere? And then with that being said, are we still, because this is prime waterfront property here, down at the park as well, prime waterfront property, millions dollar property. Are we going to be giving them zero tax? Will they not be participating in paying for the fire department, paying for the library, the schools, the city, the PUD, the port? If they're, thank you.
Thank you. So I will say that the second question is more of a MFTE question and not germane to the comprehensive plan. The first one, the zoning, Mr. Jackson, would you mind? I know you had it in your presentation, and in the next segment, the next public hearing, we're going to have the zoning maps for you to look at. But could you briefly discuss what she said about heights? And we're going to have, I don't want to paraphrase, you heard the question.
Sure, it's no trouble. So height increases are proposed in limited zones, the medium density residential, general commercial high density, and the downtown sub-area plan. And you really need to see that map in order to really study which areas have height increases and which don't. Generally, it follows corridors or already developed areas with kind of middle or intense housing types. That being said, the city doesn't currently have view preservation criteria for private views. We do for public views. So street ends, and then as individual properties develop commercial or multifamily projects along the shoreline, they are required to incorporate public access into their project. So it should lead to increased public access to the shoreline than what we have today on those lots.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jackson. So I'm going to ask one more time. Anyone else in the public wish to comment on this item? I'm not seeing any more. Here we go. No, I was going to say there's no one online. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, council members and the staff. Nishal Chaudhary, resident of District 3. Overall, I'm very glad to see this plan come through, especially as we've heard multiple times, housing is an issue in our community, and this plan in general inches us towards more housing. What I would like to encourage the council and the staff is, as this comprehensive plan comes into existence, when it comes to implementation, we should try to also incorporate other policies that will allow that housing development to be affordable for a variety of different income groups. Also, the development should be done not just with private investments and private developers, but also look at options for community land trust models. Also look at options where the city itself could be a partner in doing the development that is affordable for a broader set of community. The last thing I will say is a lot of development that we are seeing across even in Seattle area is primarily for renters, and that is important part of the puzzle. But housing also brings stability. Housing ownership brings stability to the community. So as you incorporate other policies in the execution towards this comprehensive plan, please keep those things in mind. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, Council. My name is Kevin Walthall, former Bremerton resident, but still very much a lover of Bremerton. Yeah, thank you guys all so much for your hard work on the comp plan. I know it's been years and lots of blood, sweat, tears, debates, deliberations working on this. I just want to piggyback on so much of what I've heard. We need developers developing new housing. That's got to be part of the equation. But I think what really moves me personally is wanting to see this bottom-up movement, this bottom-up economy where sort of the average citizen has more options to improve their community, to put character into it, to add housing and to profit off of that housing, and also to create solutions. I think that's just so crucial. And I think there's really good stuff in this comp plan to open the door for that, as well as the pre-approved ADU plans that I just saw come out. That is so awesome. I think there are some tweaks that could probably be done to help create and foster and engender that sort of entrepreneurial, like bottom-up economy that I'm talking about that I want to see. Giving people even just like a financial roadmap. I mean, lending is daunting, that process. Finding contractors, I mean, you can't hold people's hands through all of this stuff, but when I looked at the pre-approved ADU plans, I noticed at least there weren't readily apparent like measurements for the exterior dimensions of these footprints. So if I'm looking at my yard and I'm figuring out how much space I have in my backyard, I'm trying to figure out if I have space for an ADU. At least when I was looking, I couldn't find that. So I think there's just, I would love to see like just some like dedicated billable hours, I guess, to like how do we get novices who have no idea how to develop to become developers themselves, essentially, and empower the little guy. So that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, folks. Sorry for being redundant, but I want to give everybody a chance. Last call. Seeing none? Dave, one check. We good?
Yeah, there's nobody.
All right, thank you. So I'm now closing this meeting to the public, and I will ask for a council member to make a motion. Councilmember Fry.
Okay. I move to approve resolution number 3398, adopting the consolidated plan funding priorities. Oh, wait, I'm on the wrong one.
No worries. There we go. Councilmember Mockler.
Move to approve ordinance number 5511 to adopt the City of Bremerton 2024 Comprehensive Plan, including the repeal and replacement of the Downtown Regional Center Subarea Plan and the Puget Sound Industrial Center Subarea Plan.
Second.
Oh, you taking those, Matt.
Oh, my goodness. All right, so now I'm going to open it up for questions and comments from the council. We'll start with Councilmember Mockler.
I'm really just here to applaud everybody for all their hard work. At this point, the comprehensive plan. I'm really happy about many of the changes that were shown on the matrix. I'm glad that we're not referring to citizens, but to residents. And I think DCD's substitution often of the public and the community was really up to the minute. Some of you may know that I'm extremely happy about the high priority accorded to the Wright Creek wetland system. And for the rest of it, I'm very pleased that so many members of the public have come out and commented on it, whether I agree with them or not. So thank you all for being part of your community.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Chamberlain.
I'm mostly happy that DCD can get back to doing the work of DCD to get the permits going. We got a lot of people who are apparently wanting some permits to be expedited. No, but really, I think there's a lot of good work that went into this, a lot of attention to community input as well as council input. I'm pleased as punch about the inclusion of language for manufactured home parks and as affordable housing. I think we're going to start to see that this housing type is being targeted by predatory owners that are jacking up prices on vulnerable folks and creating policies and new rules for residents that are pushing them out and they don't have anywhere else to go. And as we look forward into the future, we're going to need to find secure housing for these individuals as they're pushed out of a very affordable housing type. But I'm looking forward to working with council in the future on that should those issues come up. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Frye.
Well, the reason that I wanted to make that motion is that I've teased DCD for the last 3 years about the wait. Now hurry up and take action on something. And I gotta correct myself. I've gotta apologize and say, this was a really collaborative process with DCD. They listened throughout the whole process. I hope we listened to community. I sure read all the emails. I read everything that came in. I made a ton of phone calls to people asking them for their opinions. And so we didn't take this lightly. And I want to commend, I think you really stretched on this one. I'm really proud to be a Bremertonian tonight as we're passing this and we're looking to upcoming aspects of this that'll push it even further. And the community made us stretch. So thank you to those who have written in, who have called, who have come here, taken your time, given us your input. We do listen, we really do, and we try to integrate that into our decision making. But I gotta tell you, I really want to commend DCD. I mean, this really felt like an effort where we worked together on it. You were always there to take suggestions, to change wording that wouldn't matter to a lot of people maybe, but that really mattered to us. To add those protections, you know, one word can change a whole document. So I'm not going to ever call it wordsmithing again, Councilmember Mockler, because I think it really had a lot of impact. So Director Spencer, Garrett, all of you at DCD, kudos, truly, job well done on this. Happy to support it.
Okay, Councilmember Copeland.
Thank you, Council President. It should be word forging instead of, yeah, there we go. I wanted to start by echoing thanks to staff across all departments. I know it was a huge lift across the entire city and every single of the 400 plus staff members were involved in their own way on this. And it was really a big team effort. And if I'm going to call out one single person for kudos, I really want to thank you, Garrett Jackson. You have been incredibly professional, calm, informative, collaborative, responding to every single public comments from this council. Really just impressed with the process and your professionalism and your leadership on it. So thank you. I want to really thank Planning Commission. These are Bremerton residents who completely volunteer their time to serve. We have, I was grateful to see some of the past residents who aren't on Planning Commission, but this 2.5-year process contributed to or acknowledged, along with all the current Planning Commissioners, some of which are in the audience. They volunteer their time to dig into all this as Bremerton residents to give us recommendations. So I really thank them. And I really want to thank the public in the input and the really huge response. Hundreds and hundreds of written comments in person, not only tonight, but across meetings going back 2.5 years. So what I wanted to do real quick is just take a couple minutes and from my perspective, kind of summarize the public feedback I heard of what folks wanted in this comp plan, how I think this plan addresses it, and how I think it really improves upon the one from 8 or 9 years ago. So we heard a lot, even tonight, about housing affordability, right? Rents are up 50% over the past 8 years. And we've seen a corresponding rise in homelessness. The two go absolutely hand in hand. As house prices rise, homelessness rises. And so tackling that we have affordable housing is key. And so this plan encourages ADUs. The pre-approved plans are going to be fantastic. And by the way, they will be construction ready plans, free. So they'll have all the measurements. You can take those free plans and hand them off to a builder to get ADUs built, which is fantastic work. But also duplexes, triplexes. We'll talk about co-living later on. Courtyard housing and anti-displacement strategies. And I think compared to 8 years ago, this plan is really, it's broader in its number of solutions and it's really equity focused. And I'm glad to see that. We heard concerns about preserving native character at the same time. In a growing city like Bremerton, we have to balance the needs of housing and the needs of more people here with some existing communities. And so this plan is smart. It's redirecting growth to the centers and corridors. It's encouraging compatible infill where we don't want to go up. And so compared to the plan 8 years ago, it really, it had some preservation, but it lacked a lot of detailed tools. And so I think we're now seeing a really nice tool set in this comp plan to help us do infill and responsible building. Infrastructure and city services, we heard concerns tonight that is in this comp plan. So we want to make sure we plan thoughtfully for development for sewers, roads, stormwater. I heard about Safeway tonight, which isn't in the city. It's in the county up 303, but absolutely. And so part of the plan in the comp plan here is planning for utilities from the city. And we heard the word concurrency, which is making sure that as developers build, they are also paying for the infrastructure like sidewalks and sewer and water. And that we're coordinating closely with our utility and school districts. And so this plan really improves upon the last one as well. We're going to talk about parking requirements later, so I'll save those comments. But overall, as far as transit goes, we heard loud and clear. People want streets that are safe and connected for walking and biking, extra public transit. And this one really does. It really focuses on mobility for complete streets, for pedestrian and bike infrastructure and transit-oriented development. And the plan from 8 years ago had, some alternatives that started to go there, but this one really emphasizes it. And the same thing goes for urban canopy, environmental concerns. Folks see a lot of our trees that are being lost as a result of building. And so I'd say eight years ago, it was limited to critical areas. This new comprehensive plan is broader protection. It's looking citywide about preserving tree canopy and adds an urban forestry element. And then really thanks DCD for highlighting displacement. I know that was a big concern of ours. When you have a growth in a growing city like this, you want to make sure folks aren't displaced. And so 8 years ago, I don't think there was much in the old plan about displacement. This one really centers it when in the land use and housing decisions, and it has anti-displacement and equity goals specifically called out with affordable housing strategies, which is great to see. And then obviously a good focus on economic growth and jobs and how are we going to plan for that as a state mandate. So to wrap up, it's a huge document. Folks are bored, take a read, but it's not boring. It's really important. It is the next 20 years. And I think the biggest challenge once we pass this plan is we have to use it. We have to tackle it. A lot of these challenges existed 8 years ago. We haven't solved everything yet. So the real key is we make sure that we are using every bit of this plan effectively, that we are tackling it with a lot of the new suggestions and ideas y'all are bringing forward. I think it's a huge improvement on 8 years ago. It's setting us up for success over the next 20 years, but we have a lot of work to do going forward to tackle these issues. But just thanks again for everyone working on this. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Other comments and questions? Vice President Rogowski.
Well, I'm not gonna go on about things that everybody else has talked about. I know it's a lot of hard work. I'm sure Mr. Jackson was tired of coming to council meetings every week, providing us and the public a lot of information. So I plan on voting yes on this, but what I'm really looking forward to is the active transportation plan, which is going to be our next big thing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other comments or questions from the council? Seeing none, call for the question.
Councilmember Coughlin,
Yes.
Rebelowski,
Yes.
Goodnow,
Yes.
Mochler.
Yes.
Chamberlain,
Yes.
Fry,
Yes.
Younger.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, Mr. Jackson, round two.
Item 7C, public hearing on ordinance number 5512 to amend Title 20 of the Bremerton Municipal Code entitled Land Use, commonly known as the zoning code, including adopting the official zoning map and various related development regulations, and to amend development regulations of adopted sub-area plans. Again, we have Planning Manager Garrett Jackson.
Thank you. All right, we have before us implementing development regulations through zoning code amendments to implement that 2024 comprehensive plan update. The Planning Commission unanimously recommends adoption of the proposed zoning code amendments. City Council should once again hold an open public hearing, consider public testimony, and adopt the proposed changes. Once again, those development regulations per ordinance 5512. We'll have another ordinance to review after this, but this ordinance pertains to the Bay Vista sub-area plan, East Park sub-area plan, and several sections of the zoning code that relate to unit lot subdivision, middle and multifamily housing, lighting regulations, height increases in select zones, density and design standards. These were discussed at the May 7th public hearing, May 14th and 28th study sessions. First off, the Bay Vista sub-area plan. So this is located on Highway 3 and Kitsap Way and Oyster Bay Boulevard. It's Old West Park. The Bay Vista sub-area plan, the updates are limited to the village commercial zone. It's the blue zone you see here up on the screen. And the proposal is to allow for mixed use development in the zone. Right now, housing is prohibited in this zone. The proposal is to allow for mixed uses with a minimum density of 15 dwelling units per acre and a maximum density of 65, which matches its neighboring zone in the sub-area plan. Mapping changes are proposed to account for final platting. When this sub-area plan was originally adopted, it was an artist's rendition of what it would be in the future. Since then, the subdivision process has been taken place throughout the sub-area. This updated map shows those lots as created through the subdivision process. A similar story for the East Park sub-area plan. This is located over by the city YMCA, kind of runs down Schley Boulevard. And this is limited to mapping updates. So the existing sub-area plan doesn't include the Madrona Forest. It's that large parcel to the west. Also, it was an artist's rendition at the time of the original sub-area plan. This update accounts for the subdivision process that's happened in East Park, which is nearing 100% development. The last undeveloped lot in that sub-area plan is under construction right now, and then it will be fully developed. Moving on to the Bremerton Municipal Code Title 20. So many titles within the Municipal Code. Title 20 is the zoning code. And the first section proposed for updating is unit lot subdivision. This is a specialty subdivision type that's supposed to be helpful for the creation of middle housing. So this is a subdivision type where development standards, whether that's impervious surface coverage or setbacks, they apply to the parent lot. So the overall large lot, but not the individual unit lots, which you'll see here up on the screen.
This proposed subdivision type is limited to subdivisions of 9 or fewer lots to encourage infill development. And the subdivision type is unique in that it can start before, during, or after the development process. And once again, this is supposed to encourage that middle housing type, so you can imagine this working particularly well for like a townhome development. Moving on to middle housing. So this requires some revisions in our definition code in the BMC and also in 2046 special development. And middle housing, you'll see here on this image on the screen, is in between single family homes and mid-rise apartment buildings. So the middle housing, whether that's duplexes, triplexes, townhomes, or small apartments, that provides housing for that doesn't normally get built for a very specific economic sector of our population. That single family homes may be too expensive, but potentially a homeowner could of a condominiumized duplex or triplex unit could afford more than a mid-rise apartment. So the state has mandated that we implement this middle housing ordinance, and that it wouldn't apply in mixed use or commercial zones, because those zones typically allow for more intense development than middle housing, but that the underlying zoning standards would apply. So if it's in the low density residential zone, lot coverage, height, design standards, all of that applies to this development. Any lot in the subject zone would be permitted to have up to 4 middle housing dwellings if one of those units is considered affordable, and that requires a notice to title for a minimum of 50 years. Increased densities do not apply to lands covered by critical areas, their buffers, or within the shoreline jurisdiction. So while these housing types might be permitted in those areas, the increased densities required by the state, those 4 units per lot, wouldn't apply in critical areas, their buffers, or the shoreline jurisdictions. And lastly, that if there's existing covenants, conditions, and restrictions, CC&Rs, for your housing development, those continue to be in place. So if you happen to live in a housing development that prohibits these housing types, then that would be legally binding, but that would be a civil matter, not enforced by the city. Lighting regulations. So we had quite a few comments through this planning process related to lighting and not wanting lighting to pollute the night sky. People want to be able to look up and see stars, and light pollution prevents that from happening. So we have proposed lighting regulations to prevent light pollution and from light traveling to adjacent properties. And there's a very simple image here on the screen that shows a lighting fixture that might be permitted with today's code, where there's really no shroud of any kind, and that light travels in every direction. And opposed to the image to the right, which shows a shrouded light, where that light is very focused and downward oriented. Proposed changes to the low density residential zone include allowing for middle housing and multifamily housing uses. That multifamily housing requires open space and design standards requirements, and also the removing of lot sizing requirements. Right now we have minimum and maximum lot sizes that are really a holdover from exclusively allowing for single family development in these zones. Now that we allow for additional housing type, it doesn't make sense to maintain those lot standards. Medium density residential zone. So once again, in that zone, allowing for middle housing and multifamily housing uses. Once again, multifamily would have open space and design requirements, and removing those lot sizing requirements. And I should specify that the minimum and maximum zoning for that area, for the minimum and maximum units, stays in place. It's just these lot size requirements that would be removed. And that the maximum height would be increased from 35 to 45 feet. Okay, so more amendments related to housing. High density residential area, zone, that would now have a minimum density of 15 dwelling units per acre and a maximum height of 65 feet. And you'll see here in this adjacent image, Why that's 65 feet? And that's to allow for wood frame construction over a concrete podium. Wood frame construction is a very economical type of a very economical construction type. And if you get over a certain height, you are then considered a high rise, and you have to build completely out of concrete and steel. So we're trying to raise that maximum height in order to retain that economical way of constructing housing. And that would also apply in the general commercial zone, where that same height increase to 65 feet is proposed with a minimum density of 15 dwelling units per acre, and maintaining the existing no maximum density in that zone and requiring mixed uses. The district center core zone, adding in a minimum density of 30 dwelling units per acre, which is its existing minimum, but we specify this more clearly in the updated plan. And the downtown core zone. So these are some minor amendments that also need to be included. The downtown core, there's a link between the downtown sub-area plan and the municipal code, where portions of the municipal code apply to the sub-area plan. That being said, there are parking standards in the municipal code. We have proposed to remove minimum parking standards from the downtown sub-area plan, thereby it not making sense to retain those in the municipal code. Business core in 2074, once again, this is a section that's referenced in the downtown sub-area plan that doesn't exist anywhere else in the municipal code. And with the updated sub-area plan, that's part of the aggregated zones that are going away. So it's not referenced anywhere in the sub-area or the municipal code, thus it's proposed for repeal. The business, neighborhood business zone, proposed to have a minimum density of 15 dwelling units per acre. Institutional zone, also that minimum 15 dwelling units per acre. Planning Commission recommends unanimously that the City Council adopt the proposed zoning code amendments. Council should hold an open record public hearing, consider testimony, and adopt the proposed changes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. So the purpose of this public hearing is to accept public comment, and action is anticipated. Does any member of the public wish to comment on this item? If so, please come up to the podium.
Jose Camacho, Friends of Smith Cove. All of that has a big gaping hole, and that is the Shoreline Management Act. And that act is required to be considered, discussed, and voted upon by the Growth Management Act. The Growth Management Act at RCW 36.70 capital A dot 480, which I cited in June of 2024. It's mandatory. You gotta consider it anew, no matter what DCD did before. That statute says you must make sure that the SMP, any policy or criteria, any development of the shoreline is treated in a special way, not under general dreams or wishes, not under the fourth actions, whatever. It is state law, which comes from the Constitution and the Public Trust Doctrine. The Growth Management Act says this is distinct, independent, special. It's to prevent piecemeal, uncoordinated piecemeal development, which is presumed harmful to the shore. It's an environmental law. It hasn't disappeared. DCD is making it disappear. The developer cartel wants to make it disappear because once it is made to disappear, it's a cash cow. It's why from 35 foot, the proposed evergreen point is now at 61 foot, from $42 million to $57 million. I am not saying that DCD is a maniac. They might be very fine people, but for a particular focus, they decided to look the other way, to subordinate information, to create information silos, and basically eliminate shoreline law, state law, Biggers versus Bainbridge. State law that is effective, that's required. When I complained to the city at various points, the Rig Evergreen Point, MAP E, the Shoreline Master Program, comp planning, current comp planning, It was about the disappearance of the Shoreline Management Act as a criteria. It's literally been disappeared. When I see Garrett Jackson talking about the Evergreen Point project as part of comp planning, it's disappeared. He made it disappear. We asked the mayor and Coughlin to discuss Map E and how that represented favoritism from DCD to Sound West Group. There was silence. We can't talk about a pending permit. Guess what? 20 months later, that permit is still pending. You know why? Because it's dirt. They're waiting for the comp plan. They're going to do something. Saw a tractor at the EP site a few days ago. So they're turning the waterfront into a cash cow by eliminating state law. It's a special favor, it's unconstitutional, and it's also inconsistent with the Growth Management Act.
Thank you, Mr. Camacho. Anyone else commenting on this item? Mr. Sorensen, anybody online with their hand up?
No.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else in the public. I'll go to the council for a motion. The first time you guys were all anxious and now I don't have anybody. Ms. Spencer will be very disappointed in Mr. Jackson if we don't vote on this. Ordinance number 5512, would you like to take a shot at it? All right.
I move to approve ordinance number 5512 to amend Title 20 of the Bremerton Municipal Code entitled Land Use, commonly known as the zoning code, including adopting the official zoning map and various related development regulations, and to amending development regulations of adopted sub-area plans.
Is that the
Did I screw it up?
No worries, but the one I downloaded it for has different, but that's just a recommended motion. Ms. Spencer, was what she said is good enough? No worries. I did listen to that. It is substantially the same, but in my packet it reads a little different. That's all. You people agree that I'm not zoning out here, so
What
to
is
speak?
happening, y'all?
So actually, I did listen to the language and it is substantially the same, and recommended motions doesn't have to be the actual motion. So do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, now not call for the question. Comments? Councilmember Frye, it's not even late yet. It's only 8:21.
I know. We just thought it was going to be late. Again, I commend DCD. My district actually is going to see a lot of the type of housing that we're talking about, the infill housing. Mr. Sperling is here. He specializes in this kind of housing. I really hope that we can take this, not only work within this, but also address the concerns of the developers when they are trying to accomplish what we want them to accomplish. And I know that's not always easy, but we're depending on the experts that build housing to deliver on this. It's got a pencil out. And while I fully support this part of the comprehensive plan, the devil is in the details, so to speak. And so I really hope that developers will continue to contact us and DCD, let them know of the challenges that they're being presented with. And as I told Mr. Sperling earlier in another conversation, if it's a state law that we need to change, then let's get in touch with our state representatives, because we've got to be able to accomplish what we've set out to accomplish. And we cannot afford to let people like Mr. Sperling, who has invested all over this city, to lose millions of dollars on a project because of one aspect of regulation. So let's push and let's push our state legislators. If we need changes at the state level, our local legislators can make it happen. So thank you for your work on this, Garrett, and to everyone else. And good luck, Mr. Sperling.
Okay, I forgot. Who did the second?
I think I'm the queen of seconds today.
All
I'm
right.
gonna steal all the seconds. I'm gonna second the next one too, y'all. I wanted to just kind of talk a little bit about how, and my packet just crashed, so it's reloading. I'm trying to look at the maps themselves. But how just some of these are just simplistic changes, and how like removing the parking requirements is just kind of, logistical. Is there any particular part of this that is subject to the Shoreline Management Act? Because I don't know that these in particular are located near shorelines. Can you speak to that? They could be. Okay, well, can you speak to that aspect and how as it's a consistent concern that's been expressed today?
Absolutely. We
And my
have an
packet's back up.
existing shoreline master program that was adopted in 2011 and reviewed by the Department of Ecology, who are the subject matter and legal experts for shoreline master plan adoption. And that continues on with this current plan. So our shoreline master program is in place, and we invite members of the public to participate in our shoreline master program update and critical areas plan update, which will be occurring in the remainder of 2025. So if anyone in the public is interested and would like to provide further input, please do so.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jackson. We're going to miss you at all of our meetings, honestly. I always love seeing your presentations, and but I know that you won't miss spending every week with us. I do want to also just kind of highlight how this is just another example of how we're increasing our capacity for housing in our city in spaces that are underutilized. That is all. On to the next council member.
Okay, thank you. Vice President Robolowski.
Yeah, Mr. Jackson, when a member of the public was stating that this is not going to pass muster because of what he feels is that the shoreline master program is not referenced in it, and you said that we passed it in 2011, but that was 14 years ago. So there's been modifications to it, I'm sure, since then, correct?
My mistake, I misspoke. It was 2021. My
Okay.
director let me know that I said 2011, and I was embarrassed by that, but it was 2021.
Okay, so there have been modifications to it since 2021?
There have not. So it's been in place since 2021. And once again, we work with our partners at the Department of Commerce, Puget Sound Regional Council. This goes out for review from all state agencies. So we are in compliance with GMA.
Okay.
With all respect to the commenter.
Okay, so if a member of the public wishes to challenge that, before it's accepted by the state, they still have
They
the
can-
opportunity to do that, correct?
Absolutely. They can go to the Growth Management Hearings Board.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions from council? Seeing none, call for the question.
Councilmember Revelowski,
Yes.
Goodnow,
Yes.
Mochler,
Yes.
Chamberlain,
Yes.
Fry,
Yes.
Coughlin,
Yes.
Younger.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Our final public hearing is number 7D, public hearing on ordinance number 5513 to amend Title 20 of the Bremerton Municipal Code entitled Land Use, commonly known as Zoning Code, to implement market-based parking and various development regulations and to modify adopted sub-area plans to reflect market-based parking standards.
Okay. Thank you, council. This is clearly our third public hearing for that second tranche of zoning code amendments. Once again, Planning Commission unanimously recommends the adoption of the proposed zoning code amendments. Council should hold an open record public hearing, consider testimony, and adopt the proposed code changes. Once again, ordinance 5513. And that this ordinance was had the public hearing for the Planning Commission on the 19th of May, discussed by the City Council on May 28th. And that it pertains to changes, proposed changes to boundary line adjustment, family daycare providers, co-living housing, new housing and non-conforming buildings, residential cluster development, and market-based parking, which applies both to the Bremerton Municipal Code and to sub-area plans. So boundary line adjustment, if you have a dispute with your neighbor on where the property line lies between your two structures, we have a process for altering the placement of that property line. We refer to that as boundary line adjustment. We've had that code in place since, I believe, 2021. And we have been gathering feedback during that time, and it's led to the changes that are proposed here today. That would allow for minor deviations from the underlying zone, and allow for additional flexibility for the types of documentation that you need to submit. So right now, our boundary line adjustment, our record of survey, and our deed of conveyance are all in one document. We'd be allowing for more flexibility to allow those as separate documents that are submitted for approval. And then just minor points of clarification. Portions of the code were pointed out as being somewhat vague, and those are proposed for revision. Family daycare provider. This is required by the state of Washington that we allow for daycares of 12 or less children in any residential or mixed use zone. There are requirements that there be a safe loading area that meets state standards, and that the adjoining property owners must be provided notice of the business. Co-living housing also required by the state of Washington. And this is a residential development with sleeping units that are independently rented sleeping spaces, rooms, in which residents share kitchen facilities with other residents of the building. Minimum lot size. So the lot would need to be large enough to host at least 6 multifamily residential units. So that relates to the minimum lot size. But then the density is adjusted by the state that each sleeping unit only counts as 1/4 of a dwelling unit. And that's to promote this type of development. That's a very affordable type of living. New housing and non-conforming buildings. So once again, a state requirement where it is required that we allow for the conversion of existing commercial buildings to multifamily uses. The building must have received an occupancy permit within 3 years or more ago, meaning that if the building was constructed in 1980, you don't need to have had an occupancy permit in the last 3 years to apply. This means that if you have new construction, that you need to wait at least 3 years after your initial occupancy in order to convert to multifamily units and apply for this program. And that's because there's a number of measures that are mandated from the state for incentivizing this redevelopment. Namely, that the state requires the city have a 50% bonus than that of the underlying zoning when this conversion occurs, and that the city cannot deny a permit based off of any existing non-conforming height, setback, building modulation, or similar standards. And just to clarify, that bonus density doesn't apply if the project can't meet basic life safety standards or is found within a critical area where they're buffered. Residential cluster development. This development section was originally proposed for revision to remove minimum parking standards. And then it has also been updated to match requirements for open space with Kitsap County. Currently, the code requires 20%. The proposal would be to 15% to match the county. And once again, moving lot size requirements. It follows the same pattern that initially this code section was proposed for single family development. Now that we have additional housing types, those lot sizing requirements don't make sense. And the big one, market-based parking. So market-based parking. The legislature recently passed SB 5290, and it was signed by the governor into law. And now state law requires that no city can require more than 0.5 parking spaces per multifamily unit, 1 parking space per single family unit, 1 space per 500 square feet of non-residential use. And on top of that, there's exemptions from parking for affordable housing, residences under 1,200 square feet, senior housing, and other housing types. And the legislature, and I'm going to read this, in their findings, the legislature finds that predetermined on-site parking requirements needlessly drive up the cost of development, particularly housing, discouraging walking and multimodal transit usage, and encourage excessive reliance on automobiles with attendant impacts on human health, greenhouse gas emissions, and the legislature further finds that the amount of parking that a project actually needs should be determined by a case-by-case basis by permit applicants sensitive to actual market conditions rather than one-size-fits-all regulation. So we open this market-based parking discussion with these changes recently made by the state. That being said, market-based parking, what is it? So that is the state proposal. The city proposal is that all parking be market-based. So we wouldn't have any requirement for minimum parking, but that would be a market-based decision based on each applicant's required number of spaces. So after considering different recommendation options, the Planning Commission reviewed reducing parking minimums, considering a temporary moratorium on parking to recommend to the City Council, or completely transitioning to market-based parking. After considering those options, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended the City Council transition to market-based parking following the May 19th public hearing. And you should note that parking, when it is provided, will still need to meet minimum design requirements under the proposed code of BMC 2048. So we have design requirements for safety, landscaping, et cetera. Those would still apply. Market-based parking. So, and how it affects urban design. So here's a quote from Mary Smith, the document Shared Parking from the Urban Land Institute, and that parking minimums increase the distance between destinations, making cities and towns less walkable, thereby perpetuating a cycle of less viable transit and mobility options, the need for more driving, and consequently, even more parking. And we have this image here on the right of this cyclical pattern of the creation of more parking essentially leading to the creation of more parking. Market-based parking, the reason for it being housing. Now you'll see here the image on the right shows 2 parking spaces and a portion of a drive aisle. And then adjacent to that, a studio apartment unit of 500 square feet. Now we do in our free ADU plans have ADUs that are below that 500 square feet. So you can even reduce the size there to create housing units. And as quoted from Representative Strom Peterson, it's not about parking and that it's about housing, that we are in a housing crisis and that we are not in a parking crisis. So as we are seeking new ways to tools in the tool belt to develop housing options, the removal of minimum parking standards and implementation of market-based parking could help. The cost of developing parking, that sometimes 17% of a unit's rent can be attributed to parking, and that new parking stalls can cost as much to a development as $40,000 a stall. The state based a lot of their their adopted changes off of the Sightline report. So you'll see this a lot in conjunction with the decision making of Washington State. And the findings in that report that 1 in 4 homeowner households in Washington State have one or no cars, but 91% of parking codes require 2 or more off-street parking spaces for every detached home. 58% of all Washington renter households own 1 or no cars. Across the state, 59% of localities require additional parking for larger apartments, increasing barriers for family-sized units. So our existing code, if you have more bedrooms in an apartment unit, that requires more parking spaces. It's pretty common throughout the state. But that there are other considerations when potentially transitioning to market-based parking, and that's includes increased transit options from our other metropolitan cities in Puget Sound. And that other cities in the Puget Sound may have much more developed transportation systems, whether that be light rail, which is truly where increased density is supported, as per this quote here on the screen of Urban Land Institute, or bus rapid transit, which the city of Bremerton has neither. So potential unintended consequences for that market-based parking would be the potential obstruction of public facilities. If people need to park, they will find a place to park. Is that going to be on a sidewalk? Is that going to be in a bike lane or in their front yard? Areas in the city without sidewalks or bike lanes. So once again, we lack in the city basic infrastructure for sidewalks and bike lanes. And if you don't have that infrastructure or a parking space, that could be potentially a problem. Transit options, as discussed previously, there aren't as developed as other PSRC cities. And that parking in landscape areas could lead to stormwater problems or increased city code enforcement. And there's always the potential that if someone is constantly looking for parking, circling an area looking for parking, that could create increased emissions if you don't have a readily available parking spot. With that in mind, the City Council should, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended to adopt the proposed zoning code amendments, and that the City Council should hold an open record public hearing, consider public testimony, and adopt the proposed code changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Purpose of this public hearing is to accept public comment, and action is anticipated. Does any member of the public wish to comment on this item?
Again, Michaela Stahl. I know I'm late to the game on this. I just found out about it. I did attend the session a couple days ago or last week, I can't remember. But I agree with Mr. Younger's concern about market-based parking and believe that a minimum of 1 parking space be required per unit. And I'm distrustful of the statistics regarding the percentage of people who own vehicles is accurate as cited in the Sightline report. I'm wondering what questions were asked and what that was actually based on. I personally don't know of anyone that doesn't have 1 car. Most of the people I know have 2 cars. If you're a family, you have kids to transport, you're taking them to extracurricular activities. I'm an aunt who takes care of after-school care for my nieces or nephews. I take them places. If a family wants to go to the mountains, to the ocean, enjoy our parks, we're not taking the bus. To think that people are going to give up their cars and not have a place to park in their residence where they're living, I don't understand that thought process at all. I fear that if it's left up to the builder's discretion, that they're going to opt for little or no parking in order to increase their profits. Another example again is that place where there's four parking spots besides the 1 per unit in a 3-bedroom apartment or condos, homes, and they're allotted one parking space. And if you have family members coming, there's only 4 additional parking spots on that property, along with 2 handicap spots. So I'm just distrustful that if left up to the builders, that they're going to actually provide sufficient parking. So I would urge the council members to not adopt marketplace-based parking without a minimum of 1 parking space per unit. Thank you.
Dale Sperling. I will provide one concrete example for the former speaker. We own a 56-unit project on Burwell Street, 240 Burwell. We have 1/2 stall per unit. The project has been 100% leased, 100% leased since it opened in July of 2021. There are lots and lots and lots of people out there that don't have a car. We have never had any issues with parking at that project. I wish this had been adopted years ago. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Eric Peterson and I live in Bremerton's District 3. Please vote to approve this market-based parking measure tonight. Doing so will not ban parking. There's a steady drumbeat of cities in our region and around the country doing this, including Port Townsend, Spokane, Bellingham. The entire state of North Carolina is considering axing their parking requirements statewide. The Kitsap Builders Association has repeatedly spoken out against parking requirements, as well as environmentalists and affordable housing advocates. It's pretty rare that all those parties agree strongly on the same thing. This is one of those things. The effects of eliminating these requirements has been well studied and reported on. Builders aren't dummies. They're in the business of building things. They're not in the business of building things that don't work and won't sell. They have a lot of their own skin in the game. They study this. They're experts on it. On average, they still build 60%, 70% of the parking they otherwise would have been required to build. And I think there seems to be a little bit of a wishfulness in some people for a bygone time when all jurisdictions mandated lots of parking, because that's just what you do. And people wish that maybe we didn't have to be aware of how these mandates that create plentiful free parking also create lots of sprawl, and they keep buildings that otherwise could go to some useful use empty for years and decades and decades. And they absolutely make housing less plentiful and more expensive. That's pretty well established. But we all know that now. We've all studied this. We've sat through the presentations, and we also know that there's an acute housing crisis going on, which is what most of the people here tonight have been talking about. Voting to keep parking minimums is a vote to do just a little less to alleviate that than we otherwise could. Lastly, this is an incremental change. The other cities that have done this have not slid off into the ocean. People don't just stop building parking. And in a decade or two, when if parking becomes a problem in particular neighborhoods, there's always zoned parking management systems for cities. The city of Tacoma has a great program for this. I think the city of Bremerton could look at that in the future. Please vote for market-based parking. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jamie Clough, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the Kitsap Building Association. We want to express our strong support for the proposed shift to market-based parking regulations. This is a smart, forward-thinking policy that recognizes how outdated parking minimums have become a major barrier to building new housing. Parking requirements are one of the top 3 design drivers of construction design costs, and in many cases, they are the reason a project becomes economically unviable. Allowing parking decisions to be shaped by market demand gives architects and developers more flexibility to design projects that reflect community needs, maximize open spaces, and deliver more housing units. This policy also aligns with broader goals around smarter density planning, public transit use, walkability, and reducing traffic congestion. We commend the city for proposing this important step and fully support its implementation. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Hello, City Council. Kevin Walthall again. Probably won't surprise you that I am in support of market-based parking here. This is something that I've been very passionate about for a long time. I mean, personally, I spend a lot of time just following economic trends, the data of it, and we are facing really a lot of pretty apocalyptic scenarios at one time. And I know that sounds very dramatic, but there was a time when I thought it was really tinfoil hat thinking to ask, what if all the grants go away? And, you know, no municipality in America, I don't think, really is truly budget neutral, budget positive. We all depend on grants. And I mean, who knows? We know what's happening at the federal level. We know state level. We're kind of talking austerity here. And parking forcibly dilutes our tax base. I've very much covered that ad nauseum, but it's a low value improvement. By forcing it on properties, we are forcibly impoverishing ourselves, the municipality, which then hurts our ability to provide affordable housing, much as anything else. This is essentially the other side of that, as we have heard today, is the homelessness crisis, which the numbers are terrible, but I mean, I don't deserve to be in the cushy life I have any more than anyone else. I didn't deserve it. And I want that for everyone else. And so what I'm seeing here, this scenario, it took us 70 years to get into this, 70 years really, of parking minimums, of exclusionary zoning, the whole shebang, the Federal Highway Acts, all of it. It's all tied together. If we pass market-based parking, we won't see some overnight dramatic change. It's just not going to work like that. What we will do is we will open the door for another decades-long process to slowly, incrementally right the ship. When big projects with no parking get built or even proposed, it makes national news. I'm thinking like cul-de-sac in Arizona. Like there's a very, very small number of projects with zero parking that ever get built. And like I said, it is national newsworthy when it does happen. So I hear the concerns and I hear the intuitive alarm, but I think it's unfounded. I think we need to open the door for sustainable incremental solutions. And that's what this is. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor, Garrett, good to see you. My name is Joseph Crane. I'm the Executive Director at St. Vincent de Paul here in Bremerton. I'm also co-chair of the Kitsap County Affordable Housing Consortium. I think this is a great opportunity in front of the council. It's a great opportunity for the city, for all the things that we've heard this evening about affordable housing, lack of housing, those experiencing homelessness. This measure is actually an opportunity for us to take a step in the right direction. I'm going to give you a personal account that we're dealing with right now with Star of Hope and the development on Callow and Wyckoff. Very impactful project for the city. The
Stella Maris House was originally opened up in February of 2010. 15-bed women and children shelter at the time. And it was required to have 5 parking stalls. Only one of those stalls gets used, and that's by our case manager. So there's for this type of housing and this market base for affordable housing, it'll help tremendously for us to be able to build more housing without trying to worry about or getting our arm twisted behind our back as we're trying to pinch pennies together to make these projects come together. We're going through periods of value, what they call it, VE, value engineering, where you've got to take your project and your dream of what you wanted to build for the community. And because of the certain current requirements, the parking stalls add so much of a price tag to the project that we can't build as many units. We can't build the amount of units we wanted to build because of the money we have to expend on parking that I'm afraid we wouldn't even be able to use, especially for the affordable housing or shelter housing projects that we're going to be doing across Kitsap County. So this is a great opportunity for the council, for our city to provide access for us to develop these much needed housing projects and get them across the finish line. We are literally trying to pencil these projects together, and it comes down so close to getting these funded or not. And this is a great opportunity for us. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please vote in favor. Okay.
Good evening, council members, staff. My name is Nishal Chaudhary, resident of District 3. I am in support of voting yes and eliminating these parking minimums throughout the city. A lot of good comments have already been made. Overall, my general statement is that by removing these requirements, it's not going to suddenly eliminate parking from the city. The homes that are there that have parking will continue to have so. Similarly, people will make good choices based on what their needs are. Somebody needs a home and they need 3 cars. They will provision for that. I do not own a car. I happen to have a garage. I don't need it. I should have the choice to be able to better utilize the space that I have. Again, this is not eliminating parking. It's not mandating that you should not have parking. It's just allowing that dynamism to exist in the market where a certain percentage of homes will maybe have 1 parking spot. Some may have none parking spots, and others can continue to have 3 parking spots if they need to. Lastly, this is also an important issue in terms of like the environmental impact of these extra mandates regarding parking. It creates urban sprawl. It puts pressure on our urban forests. It puts pressure on the green spaces that we have. So we have to like balance for these. And by eliminating these minimum requirements, will allow the realities of the market and the ground realities kind of like dominate the direction that we take. Thank you.
Council President, there is one online.
Well, let's hear them.
Maury.
Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Maury Bradley, and I live in Bremerton, District 1, and I am here to support removing parking minimums and hope that the market-based parking is approved. I agree with the quote from the state recommendations and Mary Smith from Urban Land Institute, and really with a lot of like what's already been said from previous commentators. And yeah, parking minimums are one of the biggest barriers to having a city that's dense with businesses and housing, and it's a barrier to having one that relies less on personal vehicles to get anywhere. To share anecdotally, I live with 2 other people and we share 1 car. And personally, I would opt to get rid of that car because it's costly to own, but unfortunately you do really need one to get most places. But I do walk around Bremerton a lot for errands and recreation. And I regularly cross the Warren Bridge to go to downtown Bremerton to work. And I feel like most of that distance is just spanning parking lots or some kind of space just dedicated to cars, whether that space is being used by cars or not. So I really hope that Bremerton adopts the market-based parking so we can host more businesses, we can have more housing, and without those parking minimums, hopefully in the future, like those businesses and housings will be closer together and walking or moving between them will be more feasible without the need for a personal vehicle. I totally see where the growing pains will be, but I think it's really worth it and it'll make our community better in the future. And thank you all. And thank you, Jarrett Jackson and the Planning Commission for their work.
Okay, thank you.
I do apologize. You guys are catching me at the end of my voice. My name is Michael Simons. I live in District 3. I'm here to convince council that we should accept the market-based parking. What I kind of see when I drive around and I look at the new construction and stuff like that, I do see market-based parking. When I see suburban single-family homes and dwellings, I see 3, 4, 5, 6 parking spots sometimes. That's where you go up to West Hills, you go up to Pendergrass, they've already exceeded the minimums. And then when I go to more tight-knit communities, small communities, townhouses where it might be single parents, older folks, or stuff like that, they don't tend to need 2 cars to go to work or 2 cars. They might ride the bus. They're generally by transit lines. So they're more likely to get rid of cars, which are becoming increasingly expensive and require increased maintenance, and insurance is going through the roof. I have seen a lot of families go to single car families, and I think that they should be able to choose single car family houses. And I think that if that's what their desire is for, they're going to move closer to transit. They're going to move into a higher density, and they're going to choose the smaller parking market. If other families think that they still need the 2 cars, the 3 cars, the 4 cars, because they have 2 16-year-olds, right? They're probably going to choose to look at neighborhoods like West Hills that have more larger parking availability to them. That's what the whole point of the market-based is. The builder is going to know the potential buyers of their community and their housing units. But this also allows us to afford places where you could add an ADU, where if you had 2 parking spots for your one house, now you have 1 parking spot for your house and your 1 car and 1 parking spot for the ADU. That still means that each unit has 1 spot. That's what we're allowing. And I think that that's a good way to look at this. Thank you.
Jose Camacho, Brenda Smith Cove. So I've listened to this in other hearings. I actually find this elimination of parking fascinating, even though it's crazy. This is an example of the Chamber of Commerce hive mind using the plight of the needy to enrich the wealthy, to make them wealthier. Sightline, which Mr. Jackson cited to, it's a product of a lobby. Everyone wants to pretend that developers aren't here to make a buck. They're not civic benefactors. They really don't give a flying F. They are here to make a buck. So when you have this realtor developer cartel talk about deregulation, which is what this is, that's why, because it'll make them richer. What I love is when they say housing crisis. Oh my God, we've heard so much about the homeless. We really gotta do A, B, or C to help the homeless. These guys don't give a flying F. I've got it on tape, a partner of Wesley Larson talking about how the Marina Square was going to create a cash flow to a homeless center. And that's the equivalent of the 4th Street Action Group, invoking the needy to snatch CDBG funds. This is crazy because it's basically a free-for-all. It's not planning, it's anti-planning. At best, it might be, well, let's see what happens. So you have Sightline producing a piece of propaganda work, which lobbies have always done. There are 150-year-old articles in American literature talking about the clash of lobbies and governments. And some even say it's okay as long as the government is not weak. Lobbies may actually provide useful information. But now we have a lobby that's infiltrated in the Planning Commission, here in the council, here in the pews, in DCD. No one's talked about 6-PPD, the toxin that poisons our waters. No one's talked about Evergreen Point, the Evergreen Park. Every time there's a slightly special event there, our streets are clogged. So this idea that if we get profiteers to manage our public policy, our civic problems will be solved, it's insane. And we have a Chamber of Commerce person here actually suggesting that we get rid of state law that's been around for a half century, when that state law protects like a 200-foot strip along the shore. That's how the Chamber of Commerce mind works.
Dave, sounds like we got a person online.
Marlon Cameron.
Mr. Cameron, you have the floor.
Good evening again, council. I also am against the market-based parking. To me, it appears that this parking is being scapegoated in regards to, this is the reason why we don't have affordable housing. This analysis I find to be very one-sided. Our transit here is not adequate as it is. As many of you know, I'm a transportation provider and have been doing so for 7 years. So this is actually great for me if you pass this, because my business will continue to boom. However, from a transportation equity standpoint, this is horrible for the average Bremerton resident. I don't know who this housing model is for. How many people who are making these decisions actually are going to live in these units? Can actually pick up their kids from daycare, go and shop at Costco and buy $200 worth of groceries and get them home. That's not how a typical person lives. And many have already said it, right? This isn't going to ease the situation immediately. It may take some time. A few people said that it would actually provide choice. I submit to you that it is the opposite of choice, that this will expand generational poverty, because time is the greatest asset, and it is difficult to maneuver around Bremerton, let alone this county. And so parking, unfortunately, isn't necessary. So I would hope that you would vote no against market-based parking.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cameron. Anyone else for public comment? Well, it looks like you may have the last word from the public, Mr. Merrigan.
Oh, God. It's 9:07. I'll make it very quick. Please support market-based housing. Please support market-based parking. Thank you.
Very good. Oh, we did not. We did not. We got people sitting in the weeds here. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Jake Carter, Director of Construction, Habitat for Humanity, Kitsap County. We are a nonprofit developer. We lose money when we build homes for people. We provide homeownership opportunities for folks making less than 80% of the area median income. Parking is absolutely a hindrance to home construction, without a doubt. This is a huge opportunity for the city of Bremerton to be the leader in the county and in Western Washington. We have challenges that are immense, that have been discussed through many conversations through this long meeting. It's a chicken and an egg. We can't have housing, we can't have transit. You look at transit models, they're based on housing density. TOD, there's a lot of stuff happening, right? So parking inhibits housing, period. This is a fantastic opportunity for the city to be a leader, to potentially influence the county, to also look at their parking requirements. So please vote yes.
And I will keep it brief as well. Dean Kelly, I'm a Bremerton resident and architect at Rice Fergus Miller, and I lead our housing team. I've been studying sites for their development potential for housing for over 10 years here in the city.
The first two things I always look at, what's the density minimum, what's the minimum parking? Almost every time, that's the ultimate limiter. The developer may want to build more units. They may have the budget for more units. How much parking can the site support? And I think that the statistics that Garrett showed of a parking stall being $40,000 is actually low at this point, if you can believe that, especially when you talk about structured parking. I think parking minimums are especially punitive to things like affordable housing and the potential to develop those, and also kind of the smaller middle-size developments. We heard some talk about wanting to see more local entrepreneurship. I think those are exactly the types of projects that are affected by parking minimums, where a larger project by a more established group can use the economies of scale to accommodate parking minimums. That's often not the case, and a barrier for entry to other would-be developers. So please support this measure. Thank you.
Do I dare say that's it? Do we have someone online? We do not. I think everybody in the audience has spoken almost. Except Mayor Wheeler. You want to come up, Mayor Wheeler, and talk? All right. So seeing none, I'm now closing the public hearing and I'm open to the council for motion. I'm actually going to ask Councilman Coughlin. He has the updated packet that was downloaded forward. So go ahead and read it, sir.
Thank you. I move to, excuse me, I move to pass ordinance number 5513 to amend the Title 20 of the Bremerton Municipal Code entitled Land Use, commonly known as the Zoning Code, and amending development regulations of adopted sub-area plans.
Second.
All right. So Councilmember Coughlin, we're getting a little goofy here. Let's try to hold it together. Councilmember Coughlin, you have the floor.
Sounds good. Thank you, Council President. Thanks for all the public input on this issue. Let's talk about some of the most pressing problems we have in Bremerton. We have a housing crisis that's only worsened over the past decade, with rents and home prices up 50%. We have homelessness on the rise. We have long-standing vacant buildings that have remained unfilled, both residential and business. And we have a lack of small business. And you know, we've heard from people today directly how much parking these minimums are affecting the housing supply and driving up costs. And I've heard from constituents for the past several years that want to open small businesses in District 3 that have been held back because of these parking minimums. And I want to read a few examples from our current code when it comes to businesses. So currently, if you're a barber shop or a beauty salon, you have to have one parking space per 75 square feet. If you're a bank, one per 350. An office, only one per 300. Convenience or market store, one per 250. Plumbing, heating, and electrical, one per 600. Bowling alley, 5 parking spots per lane. Video game arcade, 15 per 1,000 square feet. A medical or dental office, 1 per 150, but if you're a hospital or medical center, 1.8 per overnight bed. Library museum, 1 per 400. And places of assembly like churches, sports arena, stadium, 1 per 4 fixed seats. It goes on. It goes on. It is pages of very specific, overly specific parking regulations. And I have, again, had people in my own district that said, I'd love to open this walk-up coffee stand, but the formula comes out to 0.56 parking spaces and it gets rounded up to 1 and I don't have it. I can't open it. So it has been holding back Bremerton for a long time. And I want to say, again, to be clear, this does not ban parking. It doesn't prohibit parking. It doesn't remove any existing parking. And we have a lot of surface lots across the city already. What it does do is enable extra housing. It enables businesses. And, you know, we've heard so much public testimony on how our city permitting is behind and permits are taking a long time. And that's exacerbating the housing crisis. This helps improve this by having staff not have to delve into all these overly specific requirements every time a permit comes up. And I want to say we passed this, we're not alone. There are a number of other cities that have removed their parking minimums, from Buffalo, New York, Hartford, Connecticut, Minneapolis, Minnesota, tiny towns like Culver City, California, Emeryville, 12,000 people, to really big ones like Houston, Texas, middle of the road, just like us, Fayetteville, Arkansas. And the studies that have come out have shown that you've gotten 70% more housing in transit-oriented areas, 40% across the cities studied. It chips away at the lack of housing supply and brings down prices in these cities that have enacted it. So I want to be clear that the concerns is anytime we make a big decision, there are, potential consequences. But I think those can be mitigated with smart administration and how we regulate our parking, that we have the tools at our disposal now to make sure that parking for the downtown core here is for people visiting businesses. It's for people shopping and spending their dollars downtown, people dropping, picking off childcare. We have the parking and we have the ability to manage it. We just have to be smart about it. But when it comes to tackling these long-standing Bremerton problems that have not gotten better, this is a concrete step we can take. I'm happy to be bold. We need to take the lead. We need to do something big. This is something big. Let's be bold. Let's be Bremerton. Thank you.
Councilmember Chamberlain.
How do you follow that? I don't know. I'm not going to get a round of applause. I'm just going to say, something I do appreciate is the criticism that of the tokenization of the houseless community in justifying policy. I think I'm a little sensitive to that, and so I appreciate that there are community members that have called that out. I do support this from the angle of it's just smart. I mean, it's just smart to just simplify things. Let's just keep it simple. Eliminating these requirements makes it a lot easier to grow small businesses, to grow the economy, to grow our housing stock. We've heard a lot of folks support it from all different angles of the issue. And so I support it. And probably Councilor Vice President Rebelowski, you want to go next since I stole your thunder?
So I think I'm still running the meeting, so I'll call on Vice President Reblowski. Go ahead.
But I bet she was wanting to go next.
There's another point that I would like to bring up besides making construction a little bit less expensive is, in theory, we're supposed to be growing a city. And every city I lived in, from New Orleans to New York City and Boston, I never owned a car. I walked everywhere or took a bus, or if it was a little bit farther, got a cab because I didn't have rideshare back then. And market-based means if somebody is trying to sell a house to a family of 5 people, they're not going to not put in any parking. But if you're trying to build an apartment building that's going to be primarily for single people or maybe a couple, and it's closer to a bus line, which I'll give you that Kitsap Transit is woefully inadequate. So hopefully by this, and we get more tight development in areas, that Kitsap Transit will get better. My grandson's 21. He lives with me. He rides an electric bike. He's never driven a car, and a lot of younger people have no desire to. I mean, he gets all over the city on an electric bike. So I think we need to look at that. And I know some people have concerns that single family houses should have more parking for different reasons. But, whenever I lived like when I lived in Ballard, we had a big party at our apartment, which was, large. Not one person drove their car there. I mean, they took a bus or they walked or took a cab. So single family houses are the same thing. If you're going to have them tight, not everybody has to drive there. So I'm very much in favor of this ordinance passing.
Okay, Councilmember Mockler.
Thanks, Council President Younger. I'm really happy about this ordinance, and I would like to salute the Ahab who pursued this white whale for 8 long years, and everyone who crewed. It's not just that more affordable housing can get built. And it is true, like nobody's going to come to your house and take your parking away. I live in District 6, which most of District 6 is everybody parks on the street. I don't even have a driveway. So this isn't going to be taken away from you. But what I do have is a building that could maybe be an ADU, but couldn't have been an ADU up until this moment. Because it would have required me to have had 2 off-street parking units for my main house, which, you know, so that means this, and I think a lot of other people are going to be in that situation where it's like they couldn't carve out parking on their property. And infill is an important part of adding density to make us into a city with actual public transportation, where housing can be located on transportation lines. And anytime this council or any member of the public would like to support me at Kitsap Transit in my attempt to get such public transportation, not just for commuters, but all day long and in the evenings and on Sundays, I would really appreciate that, because right now I am alone. I just think this is a wonderful, wonderful thing. I am very glad that we are supporting it. And I have to say, full disclosure, I'm just not good with cars. I used to drive for a living, and I don't really like them. So I don't have the sympathetic thrill of, you're taking my car. Sorry. Thank you all.
Would you like to speak, Councilman Goodnow?
I think the only thing I've said all night has been yes. Yeah. So I remember when we looked at this, well, when we reduced downtown to 0.5, you know, we had a lot of the same concerns, but, you know, there were some things brought up tonight. You know, one, like, get out of the way. And I think this is a good way to do that. You know, it's one less thing. Folks feel that the city permit process takes a while. This is one more thing out of the process. So I think this is a positive thing. It's not going to create a crisis tomorrow or whenever this goes into effect. In 10 days, Anna can have her ADUs. She can start building it. I just think I think it's a smart move for us to do this. So.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Fry.
You know, I think there are too many reasons why to do it, to say no. They've all been said tonight. I do have concerns about the impact, possibly to our culture, but I'm nearing 70 years old. And it's really no longer my culture. You know, it's my kid's culture. Now, as I said recently, that kid has bought a home in a brand new development with 5-bedroom homes and no parking. And he doesn't like it. So that's an impact. That's an impact. But you know what? He's going to learn, and he's going to buy a 5-bedroom home next time that has parking. You know, I don't know. I do worry about that or wonder about that. And that's not the only thing I wonder about at night as our world is changing, but I'm not going to stay in the way of it. I do want to call on, or maybe not call on, but challenge the developers, you know, the developers that I've been accused of being in bed with. No affiliation to any developer, nor am I any longer affiliated with the Chamber of Commerce. But I am pro small business. That's one reason why I'll support this. But I do want to challenge you. I better see the home prices coming down. You can't just use this as profit, man. You can't do it. You know, 40% is what I heard. 40%. It can cost up to 40%. Am I going to see a drop of 40% in the price of a home if we go through with this? We better, or something close to it. So I'm in bed with y'all. You know, we'll have some pillow conversations about this if we don't see those housing prices come down. I mean, come down, not just stay where they are now, but come down and make them truly affordable. Also a challenge to transit. You know, I hope they're keeping an eye on this, and as our population and density grows, they better step up. And we do have representation, and I know that she's vocal. And so we expect that. So I guess what I'm doing is I'm saying, I'm making a deal. Okay, but the very justifications that you've used are going to be part of the deal. Let's get that housing price down if there's no parking minimum. I'll be watching. I watch Zillow all the time. The only other thing that I want to say is I am actually delighted that, you know, it's been the community really that has asked for this, but some of them have represented. KBA is here, we've got developers here, and I've got council members who are now your friends and who are saying, let's trust the builders, let's trust the developers and their expertise, because we've got important conversations coming up about MFTEs. And I wonder if we're going to hear that same trust. So I'll be reminding people that we trusted y'all this time. Let's trust y'all when it comes to the conversations about MFTEs as well. And I know I got off topic, and Eric, you want to go home, so I'll hand it back over to you. You've done a great
Oh, it's
job
not that
tonight.
simple. Thank you.
You've
So
done a great job.
now for my comments. It is late, but you know, I based my whole career, not necessarily, and it's important when people take the effort to come down here or listen to a meeting on Zoom and make their comments, that should hold weight. But I also think about the 40,000 other people that live their busy lives. And what would be the consensus of the community that I feel I'm making a decision for them too. They may not have the time or want to put in the effort to come down here and give their opinion. I am so glad that the public that has spoken and the council sounds like they're completely excited about completely transitioning to market-based parking. What does that mean? I think, and I'm not the most senior person on this council, but I first got on council in 2001, so I've been around a while. And for years, we had an ad hoc parking committee. You guys, anybody remember this? Mr. Goodnow, you would remember this. Dealing with all these parking issues. We have neighborhoods with parking passes. And 8 years ago, there was a proposal to switch to market-based parking. And the public hated it. That parking spot's in front of my house. I deserve a parking pass. Well, you council are telling me we're going to market-based parking. That's so good. I am so glad we're going to do that. I don't think you will. I don't think you will because of the political ramifications for that. So, Mr. Jackson, you're not getting off that easy. Come up here, please. I want to run a scenario by you. And first of all, please understand that these zoning changes, with the exception of, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Jackson, with the exception of my one sore point, which is in an R10 zoning, state law says you have to provide one parking space. All the other ones that we're passing here basically conforms with state law. It's mandated. We went through this in the comp plan. It's mandated, all these other changes. This planning commission decided to be more progressive and say eliminate it all. I want to run a scenario by you, sir. R10 zoning, building one house. Under the old rules, I think we had to have 2 parking spaces. Under the state law, we need to have 1. Now, under the city of Bremerton's rules, if this passes tonight, you need 0. So if someone has a car, R10, 10 units per acre, that car is going to be in the street. You would think, okay, new development, that's fine. The street should be able to support that. Mr. Jackson, if you have a single family resident, how many ADUs are you allowed to have?
2.
You're allowed to have 2. Do you require any parking for that?
No.
Oh, so now you're allowed, now potentially, if each person, each domicile, each unit has one car, you're putting 3 cars on the street. That's completely allowable, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. You see where we're getting at? And I'm fine with that. If we all realize that the streets, the right of ways belongs to everyone. You do not own the parking space in front of your home. We need to understand that if this is what this council wants to do. Fine. You talk about unintended consequences. I think about Councilmember Mockler saying, I think you said you don't have a driveway, so you have to park in the street. I think about all those people that have residential parking permits that wish that that builder had put in a driveway. I gotta believe that 9 out of 10 would have wished they had done that. And so now, by the council's actions tonight, if this passes, we're creating some unintended consequences, in my opinion. Now we think about, oh, well, we can always change that. No, we're going to create another scenario that happened in her neighborhood. I don't know how many years ago, and the next council is going to have to deal with it. It's not going to happen overnight. And I've also heard last week, a council member said, well, in those areas with those new developments, the builders are going to provide parking. They will. My response to that is, if they're going, then what's the harm of putting a parking requirement of one per house? They're going to do it anyways. The answer is there's going to be some developers that aren't going to do it. And they're going to spill it out on the street, and the future city councils and the future mayor is going to have to deal with it. All right. I know where this vote's going. It is what it is. I can't change my fellow council members' minds. Now we can have more conversations. It's 9:30, but I think I know where everyone's at. So if you guys are okay with it, I'll call for the question. But if you want to do rebuttal and drag this on, we can do that too. I'll call for the question.
Councilmember Goodnow,
Yes.
Mochler,
Yes.
Chamberlain,
Yes.
Fry,
Yes.
Coughlin,
Yes.
Bobolowski,
Yes.
Younger.
No.
Motion carries 6 yeses, 1 no.
Okay, folks.
Council President, can we take a 1.5 minute break?
No,
If you don't mind, if you need, you can, we're going to go to council member reports. This is an opportunity for council members. Hey, folks, if
Hey,
you're going to have
most important-
conversations.
Hey,
Hey, excuse me. That's you guys back there. Ms. Walthall, nice to see you again, but can you go out there, please, sir? Thank you. All right. Hardly anyone's here for our reports. Just keep that in mind when you speak. I'm sorry, I'm speaking reality here. All right. Okay. This is an opportunity for council members to provide an update on any issues or events taking place in their district, announce any events they recently attended. You know the deal. We're going to go with council member Jennifer Chamberlain first.
I think I've got a couple of pictures. Council District 1. Do I have pictures? Fantastic. We did a little trail cleanup, right? Those are the pictures coming up. Okay, so we did a little trail cleanup, the Stephenson Canyon Stewardship Group. We have random people coming. These are a couple of neighbors, Jason and Gina. So here's the before. Let's show the after. Okay, so what we did is we chopped some ivy off. It was so gratifying to get to chop some of the ivy off of these trees and give them a little bit of life. Looking forward to going back in another month and seeing the dead ivy hanging from the trees. We get another before and after. We can just look at it real fast. Here's another before, and let's go to the after. Oh, look at those trees. They look like they can breathe a little easier. We did a little off trail doing that. Had some fun with my neighbors, and I think we're going to start going to different trailheads. So is there another picture there? Oh, okay, here's an ironic picture. So there's some garbage there we picked up, but what I noticed is that whoever is dumping the garbage has already been taking care of the ivy on this tree. I actually noticed that some of the ivy was chopped off. So we did pick up the trash for them, but thanks, I guess, to whoever was there and has been taking care of the ivy. I don't know. Somebody tagged it, probably whoever was there before. We pulled out a lot of garbage. It was a good time to be had for all three of us. We're going to meet at the Morris Street Trailhead next on June 22nd from 3:30 to 5 p.m. All are welcome. Bring gloves and any kind of chopping mechanism you might have. Maybe within reason, maybe a standard gardening tool and not just a chainsaw, please. All right, is there any other? Nope. All right, I just have some closing words. Man, you know, we did not sign up for this job because we are weak to being accused of things. We signed up for it knowing that was part of the job. You know, I think just jokingly, I'll tell you, recently I was called out on social media as being one of the worst for low income people. And then on social media, somebody else said that I was Antifa and that my business was indoctrinating homeless people. So when you come and you make these accusations, that's okay. I signed up for it. But what I know is that when people are coming out with such passion and with heart, that that's actually love. And as much as you know, like, we want to correct people for what they're saying, whether it's wrong, that's not the important part. I really appreciated something that Councilor Rebelowski said earlier in the briefing when we were just talking on, you know, just with each other, that we got to get to the heart of the issue and find out why people are upset. You know, and it really does come from a place of love. People are upset about maybe it's the environment, maybe it's their houseless neighbors. And you know how I can tell that it comes from love? Look at that sign back there. It says, "We hire you, we fire you," and at the end there's an exclamation mark with a heart underneath it. Okay, that's an exclamation mark with a heart. People have heart, people love, people care, and they're asking for something. They want our support, and this is the only place they know that they can come and vent. And so I just really feel grateful that we can be that for the public, and we can take it. We can take it, folks. So please keep bringing it for us. We're here for you. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Fry.
I'm not going to say ditto to that. I learned a long time ago that when you cross a line, you get pushed back and you do damage to your cause. So, but those are lessons I've learned. I want to say thank you to staff. You know, as hard as it is for electeds when the slings and arrows come, you know, staff, you work your heart out on this stuff and you come out with great material and facts. And I want to thank you for your grace and your dignity and for your clarifications whenever you're called on. It makes a difference. And I, for one, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Coughlin.
No slides. I knew we go late tonight. Yeah, appreciate everybody speaking up, staying late. It's always rough to respond to public comment about 4 hours after the fact, but in case anyone's listening, some of the things I wrote down, I kind of want to iterate a theme here you'll see, which is council allocated money for downtown restrooms. Mayor didn't propose how to use that. We did give that money to a local nonprofit, G2G2, a good chunk of it. So for the record, that is where most of that 10,000 did go, but we gave it to administration to implement and it wasn't implemented. When it comes to asking for green arrow on Callow, address those comments to the mayor and administration. For lack of staff support for Juneteenth, mayor and administration. Policies on policing and equipment and how belongings are disposed of, that's on mayor. Staffing for permitting, that's on mayor. Processes, staff retention. I just want to make that clear to folks who speak up. Appreciate it, but definitely a way to redo it. The last comment I had is speaking of staff appreciation. I know it's Director Tom Nucky's last general meeting before retirement, and I know he's not here anymore. I don't blame him for not staying until he's had many 10 o'clock meetings, but it wasn't said out loud that it was his final meeting, and I want to just thank him for his service. As we said, staff take a lot of heat, not only from public sometimes, but from council. It's part of the job of a democracy to have a robust discussion, and hopefully you get the best product for the people at the end of the day. And so Director Nucky and I haven't always seen 100% eye to eye, but I've always respected his dedication, his public service, his commitment, the sheer number of hours he has put into his job. So I really do appreciate it. Hope you watch this later, Tom. If not, I'll tell you directly, but thank you for all your hard work.
Okay, thank you. Vice President Revlowski.
Mine's gonna be really short. The District 4 meeting will be on June 24th, which is a Tuesday, 5 to 6:30. We're gonna be discussing what council has done in the past 2 months and what the agendas appear to be for the next couple months. And then I've worked really hard with our new legislative office manager on preparing a presentation on the multifamily tax exemption. We're showing how it's currently implemented and possible changes for the council to consider. And this presentation will be downloaded on Friday afternoon in the council agenda packet. And so I really encourage everybody to read it and get some factual information on it. And if you have comments, please send us your emails. And that's it for me tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Goodenow.
Well, first I want to wish everybody a happy Pride Month. So June is Pride Month. And if you don't already know this, I've been organizing the Kitsap Pride Festival for 27 years, even though I'm just in my 30s. And so a couple of quick, you can go to Kitsap Pride's website, kitsappride.org for events, kitsappride.org. But this coming weekend, there's a picnic. Next weekend, there's a comedy show. The following weekend, there's a film screening. The following weekend is Seattle Pride. And the Kitsap Pride usually builds a float, which we did, and it'll be in there. We've even won the best entry in the Seattle Pride Parade more than one time. So anyways, I wanted to say happy Pride. I also just wanted to kind of call out, not specifically, but misinformation. There can be a lot of misinformation. Folks up here can do it. Folks in the audience can do it. And so just, we're all on ourselves, especially in this current day and age, to make sure what we're hearing and what we're taking on board or possibly repeating is actually true and factual, and not just something that's maybe even just gently massaged to make our point the most accurate. So with that, I think I've got 50 slides. Dave, do you have them loaded up? Yeah, okay. I have had slides. Thank you. Let
Councilmember Mockler.
So, first slide, please. District 6, next slide, please. So the Beaver Otter wetland, on a recent perfectly still morning. This is just one. There are a number of them. They each fall for like about a foot where the beaver dams are. So this is one of the uppermost ones. Back beyond the edge of this photo, that's where the great blue herons hang out. A lot of frogs in there. Next slide, please. Yeah? Oh, no, if you would go back, sorry. So look, more of it. Sorry, I was selecting photos on my phone. Next slide, please, Dave. So here's Lulu Haddon Park. Next slide, please. Here's Lulu Haddon Park. There was a feeling that I was just being extravagant and full of hyperbole when I became upset that Kitsap Lake Park was suddenly put on the budget. even though Haddon had been there for years, and I may have said something along the lines of this wealthy neighborhood will get a park way before Haddon gets fixed. And I had many fingers shaken at me, and I'll just tell you that half of Kitsap Lake Park is finished. Lulu Haddon Park is still planning. They completed their planting plan in April. They are still working on the irrigation. And there are still a number of missing parts. So I am hoping very hard to have my July town hall at Lulu Haddon Park. There should be a slide about the town hall. Yeah, there we go. So then see, Lulu Haddon Park is over for now. The June 9th District 6 Town Hall at the 100 Oyster Bay Avenue North Public Works Conference Room will feature Kitsap Regional Library Director Jason Driver, who's going to be talking about their plans for expansion and improvement. And I mean, libraries, what is better? There are a few things better than a library. So, and here is, oh wait, I wrote this. Yeah, yada, yada. Pretty much everything I just said. I'm just gonna, next slide, please. There should be one more slide. Maybe not. Nope. Okay. The only other thing is the environmental stewardship ad hoc, just given, I will be sending something out before Friday, for your consideration, et cetera, et cetera. And read the public comment. Yep. This can be a really tough job. And it would be helpful if people understood that we are the legislative body and that there's an executive body. But apart from putting a giant banner up here, I can't think of a way to make that happen. So over to you, Council President.
No worries. And then just to kind of wrap up the discussion, believe me, the hurtful messaging some members of the public give to our staff in particular, to council members, allegations, etc. So for this meeting, I prepared myself, got the old Bremerton City Council rules and procedures out, and wanted to make sure I dotted my I's and crossed my T's. There's this thing called the First Amendment, folks, and that one's going to trump all of my council rules and procedures. So the business about being germane, I can hold public to that for an agenda item, but public recognition, even though we say don't say anything libelous, or if there's complaints, address them to me or the mayor. I could go over those. You're not interested in that. There are procedures, but the fact of the matter is I'm going to hold to, and I believe this council has my back, to the First Amendment. We're going to decide on that. We get paid a nominal amount or whatever. Maybe we get paid too much. I don't know. We're going to get yelled at. But for those people that are continuing yelling at us or whatever, it'd be nice. I've heard some nice comments. Hey, good job, especially to staff. I mean, we're used to it. And then just realize we're human beings too, and we got to sit here and take it. And that's fine. And our rules and procedures say there's not going to, we're not allowing argumentative rebuttal. And so the council can't do that. We all know that. So we have to sit here and then wait until everybody's left. And then if you want to defend yourself, you do that. And of course, no one's listening, but figuratively, it is what it is. And thank you for hearing me out on that. It's been a late night, but we've had much later nights. I've been here till like midnight, so this is nothing. A reminder that the next regular study session will be on Wednesday, June 11th, beginning. We have free parking. It's not even market based. It's free parking. I'm downstairs. There was a requirement back then, so just a little day, just a little humor. All right. Hey, we'll see you in next study sessions next Wednesday, 5 o'clock. This concludes tonight's meeting. Everybody drive home safe. Or bike home or walk home or whatever. Bye.